This tournament. It's now time to see.
Oh, look at this counter strat. They're playing the reverse. Normally you stack B. They're actually stacking mid. They've absolutely practiced. This is sick. Heroic. They've done their research. The grenade is an absolute bomb on top of ENCE. They're in so much trouble. Oh, they've done all the homework to know this. I've rarely ever seen anything like this.
It's brilliant.
The exact opposite of what the metagame is at the moment here, but they might not be out of the woods yet here. Nuts almost getting run over. If he dies, they can escape. They can actually escape the trap all of a sudden. There might be a way out. Oh, what a cracking shot from Nuts, taking down SDY. Kaspersky's the last one left. He's trying to escape still. I don't know if it's going to be possible. They are hunting him down, but he's got to have the bomb. This is a winnable round, even if it is a 1 in a million.
This is going to require something quite ridiculous. Kaspersky's so tagged there. What do we even do? First fight. Bit of information as well. You got two different people spotted out. It's the question of where's that third. Spidey senses tingling. And he'll deliver as well. 1 versus 2. Now not impossible. But he is still tagged up even a little bit more. Got the bomb on his back. But what do we even do here? And the way that they're playing this is perfect. Nerds will go back on towards this kind of back shot of sight. And Kixak can just play hands off. I like this.
He didn't pick up the USP. That's so interesting. He's sticking with the Glock. Wants a couple more bullets, does find Nerds out in the open. Let's see if he can actually do anything more. It's so unlikely. If he can get the bomb down here, that in itself is a giant victory. And he actually will, so unbelievable work here. 1 versus 3. He dies at the end. That was always the expected outcome. But getting the bomb, like we always say, that's half the battle when you're on that T side. So actually, really well played from Kaspersky in that moment. But I've got to say again, for Heroic, that is a crazy level of preparation to be able to guess that.
It's a great read, whether it's from ENCE or whoever, right? I mean, that's a fantastic read coming through. And yeah, I mean, for Heroic, it did get a little bit close, sure, but what matters, they see that round over the board. The good thing on the other side, you touched on it, that bomb pod, that can facilitate a buy coming through. And that's the main thing at the very least for ENCE. We could go for a force buy here. Galil's, Mac-10s, that sort of vibe. You're not going to get exactly that. AK-47 out for Kaspersky. 10s alongside it, 1 Deagle for Natu, and they've got a fairly decent amount of utility, so at least something workable here. But expectations are, of course, in Heroic's favor. Much better firepower. Shush, you'll hear those steps as well. He knows.
Yeah, just being absolutely careful. Desco highlighting Shush quite a bit, and I don't think they were really overselling him either. So I don't expect Shush to be the kind of player who's going to go and take those fights early on, like he's going to be smart about it. His only job really at that A-bomb site is to just stay alive. Don't go down and allow for an easy bomb plant. Just make sure you can call in the troops. And actually, Dexter is kind of getting there as well. So right now, they seem to know a lot. They're so far outside of B, they know there's no imminent threat to B. So it's a little bit easier for them to rotate people to the A-bomb site right now.
Yeah.
And they've got big control on top of it. So ENCE, they must know that they're signaling this, but I think it's just about the entry for ENCE. They just want 1 good kill to get the bomb down.
It's true. Shush. You got a flashbang out. That's going to try and slow them down a little bit. Dexter, you rotate over, spam through, not exactly connecting the way they'd want. So SDY, he'll crack open the site, and now this space all ends to work with as well. Bit of a move. They know Dexter was over towards CT, so they'll be expecting the simple play. It's just about, can we even get in towards the site? Heroic have the better firepower here, but they've got to hit their shots. Pody, up close, Mac-10, but 4 in behind as well, 1 being low, 1 going down as well as SDY gets dropped. This is still a little dicey. Time is ticking, sure, but fights are going back in favor for Heroic. Levelanto, 1 of his own, can't get the second into the 2 versus 2. It's back and forth. Scrappy, but they're all tagged up as well.
Oh, they tapped the bomb. They're already on it. Yeah, they're trying to get the defuse. 1 more second left. Oh! He stops that defuse. Now it's on Nerds, and he's getting called out. Kaspersky. He couldn't do it in the pistol, but he's going to be able to do it in this round. And that is massive. And again, just to recap, normally when you go for any execute, whether it's A or B, you at least want to pretend that there's a chance you're going somewhere else.
Yeah.
And said, screw that. We're not even going to be mid or B at all. We don't care if they know. We just need the entry. Now, I don't know if they could have guessed that it was going to be this successful, but that is a really sick round.
Yeah. Well done by Natu as well. Just hitting that shot, the Deagle basically wins them the round. Fantastic work from him. If he misses that shot, they get the defuse. It's as simple as that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And look what it means for Heroic too now. You know, this buy comes back in because they have to. In double eco, they don't get a choice here. But we're not bringing a lot to the table. 5-7s are still scary. In the right hand, Dexter flashed off the angle. Brilliant supporting util by Pody. Wave will get that space. They're trying to make a move. Kaspersky, yep, 1 more. Molotov down. He needs to be careful. And he'll still be able to be bailed out by Natu. This round is slotting itself into place as 2 remain for Heroic. And surely, no chance in hell. They are decimating them here. And Shush he's out of it. tail between his legs. He's been spotted, so good luck saving.
Wow, super well done in this round. You're absolutely right, though. The 5-7s are dangerous, and that B ramp is a climb. We don't know how many highlights we have of people just getting mowed down by the 5-7, but the flashbang against Dexter made that impossible. This is a pretty stunning work early on. Not at all bad for the T side.
Yeah. I mean, we have to be honest as well. ENCE look really good in this map so far, this tournament, right? It's just one for them where, you know, we came in, we just don't know how much crack they've had. They spoke about a boot camp, but realistically, how many maps can they get at least quote-unquote secure? And then how deep of a level does it go? Like, what are the strats? How deep are the defaults, etc.? So,
I mean, that's kind of the thing that just always takes time. There's no cheat code for building a deeper map pool. It just, you know, it's one map at a time and you try and make it work, but...
Yeah, you can't force that synergy and cohesion. It just comes naturally after playing countless hours together and really getting on the same level, the same game plan, understanding what we want. Spursky spam. Still beam. He's got the right idea, though, of where that stack is.
I wish there was one flashbanger on the CT side. I know I'm a stickler for this kind of thing, but, you know, if they do show up, I don't know, it probably increases the chances that you're getting a couple more kills by a couple of 100%. So either way, I've got to say, ENCE are playing this super carefully and now confirming that they're pretty much all there. Kaspersky, definitely one of those moments where you could have pulled the plug on that one. There's nothing to gain either because they just have USPs and you know, you're not winning a lot by getting a couple of kills there, but fair enough.
Yeah, if you had the Mac 10 maybe, you know, just get the kill bonus, but
fine,
yeah, with the AK, it does feel like it's a loss for nothing, and it is adding more to the tally. His Nate 2's also going to get caught because they dropped one of the 2 premium rifles too, so it can allow Nerds to do something with it.
Yes, the other one is a good ill that he picked up. I was going to say, giving an AK over to somebody like a Dexter or a Nerds in some of the upcoming rounds in itself can be a slowly unfolding disaster. It's something that, especially as a young player, when you're coming in to play at like a higher tier of Counter-Strike, you're going to learn the hard way. But, you know, making mistakes against lower tier players, there's only so much they can make with it. Like, they can only run so far based on that mistake.
Yeah.
Against high tier players, even a tiny little mistake can absolutely roll out of control. Like, before you know it, you're like, oh, that AK is what gave them the triple the next round, and then that was the last round that we saw in the half, and it just kind of spirals so fast. So
it's true.
You just have to be super, super careful. But, you know, we said this about Kaspersky before, and it kind of, that is also the double edge of being an aggressive player, which he definitely seems to be.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're on the wrong side of that, and it's hard to find that balance. It just is.
Yeah, and we've just seen it a couple of times throughout just this tournament in general so far, where he has this inkling to overfight, and he maybe just sticks around, you know, a second or two too long. But at this pro level, you're going to get punished. It's as simple as that. And especially when we do see ENCE on the CT side, I think that's when actually there's the glaring problems with it, because it leaves some pretty giant gaps in the map. So he goes back into the fight. Here for a heroic goal! Decisive. That's brilliant. He'll get 2 as well. Easy. They just go for a simple ramp play, and one smoke is giving them so much control.
Surprising that nobody was watching that. Maybe Pody was the guy who was supposed to be doing that in a way, but he got smoked off. I'd actually love to see when that smoke goes off that blocks off Pody, because otherwise, one of those 2 players that got shot at the back should have been watching that ramp. Pretty much always leaves the young Finn alone. Still a lot to be accomplished here. If you get 2 more kills in this round, it's huge, but that's not going to be available. Tessus comes in with the last kill of the round. An heroic, pretty swift recovery from, you know, a bit of a bumpy start, I think you could say, for them. See how many AKs they can upgrade into here, because that could be kind of an important thing later.
Yeah, true. Good thing they're sitting on a pretty decent bank of cash. I mean, Glaive's been rocking the Mac 10 for a while, so he's actually coming in towards this round before the kind of quote loss bonus. He had 5.4k, so plenty of money there in that sense. But yeah, like you said, what sort of buy are we actually going to go for? And it does look like it's a little bit more to a half buy rather than the full investment here. So they are taking a bit more of a long-term approach in that sense. But I think the main thing was how one-sided that first gun round actually was. Only 1 casualty, pretty simple, but a very early heroic attack timeout as well. A moment for Saw to get on the mic, and you can see him sort of now understanding this is what ENCE are doing. You know, we've seen this in their demos. We understand what there is to look at.
That's 4 AKs now on the CT side.
Yeah.
And it's such a topic of conversation, right? The difference in those early battles, if we've all been there, when you've got the M4 and you get the dink but you still die, that advantage is kind of eliminated when you've got this kind of a setup. So it's really strong for Heroic, and they're gonna look to try and keep that alive as long as they can. Nerds. This map is, I think, where he made his name, where most people started to realize just how strong a player he could be on Ancient. So wouldn't not surprised he's playing well. Yeah, straight rush to the B-bomb site. Going to be an A2 at the beginning, and Pody will take down Kicksan, and that is a problem. The AKs have not helped out at all so far, and now I think Dexter is in trouble too. Wide swing from SDY. He knew exactly how to play that. Bomb is planted as well, and they'll take down Shush, and a nice spam. Nerds with the wall bang. Let's see what he could do here in a 1 versus 3. He's already got the first one. Kid's right there in front of him, but he can't continue this spray. It's SDY, the veteran player on the team, to finally get rid of Nerds.
What a round to take as well. Like we spoke about, that wasn't even a full investment, and they've walked away with the round because the MAC-10s just go quick. What a call to go for as well, because it completely blindsides them. They're just caught off guard. They're either thinking, if this is a full buy, they're going to play methodical, slow, something that, you know, ENCE have been doing so well, and the desk touching it, their mid control has been excellent. They work elbow very well, they get that shelf control, and they split in towards mid, and that's been their default, and then they go from there. That time, simple ramp play, and it's the ramp play that cost in the previous round that wins them this one. So I love that sort of change up in tempo called by Glaive.
I look at the state of things here on Heroic. 3 MP9s, an AWP, and then also an M4. They had the money because they picked up the AKs, right? So they had a little bit of extra cash in the bank, but this is still kind of a mess. But that is one hell of a shot here from the Frenchman. He's going to be taking down Kicksan. Should be good for another one, but somehow the MP9 actually gets a bit too close, and Shush is able to get rid of him. He was in a power position up there on that little elevation. Oh my, be Glaive ready and waiting. He's caught slipping somehow. I don't know how. You're meant to get that kill every time.
Yeah, he was basically holding for him. And Shush does well. Now with a minute on the clock. And a presence over. Kaspersky, nice shot. Good reaction. The question is he aware of that second? Nerds will reposition. He doesn't want to stick around for that fight. But back into the 3 versus 3, it becomes a little bit dicey. Shush, not exactly healthy. So it's about whether he can get the drop on somebody. And Nerds holding for this elbow control. Bomb on the back of Pody, and it looks like it wants to commit towards B. Nerds could be the one to deny this. This fighting towards elbow could be everything. Spots the shoulder, and again, just repositions.
It's so bold for Nerds to stick around there for such a long time alone. But here comes a little bit of an issue right now for Heroic. They don't know where that bomb is headed. They actually have no information right now, so they're left guessing. And yeah, they're keeping an eye on B. Nice smoke up to deny that AWP the scope. 20 seconds left. This is going to be a bomb plant. That's really sick. Dexter's going to be going down, and that's, I think, just a blind shot through. I don't think he could have known that. I'd love to see the replay. Kaspersky's having himself a sick round. Continues, makes it a triple, and obviously with the help on Shush, he's not going to be able to help out this round. So that's again where it ends. We're talking about a really young group of players.
Yeah.
That's then, you know, helped out by SDY and Glaive with the experience. And that's how you know that they're helping out, because that slowdown in the 3v3, that's not something a young team would do. Like they'd say, let's go fight somewhere. But that kind of like slowing down the whole game, it's very hard, it's very annoying for Heroic. So well played.
And I'm even going to go past that point you made about Kaspersky in the round. He's having a great game so far. 10-3 out the gate.
Yes.
And especially because we've seen him start quite slow into games so far this tournament. Really, really good work from them. And they're not even needing their star man at the moment, their talisman of body to sort of find this form. He's not even really being required just because of how good Kaspersky is looking.
And truth is as well, like, oh my God,
so
that's very dirty, isn't it? Like when you're playing this kind of a role, that there are a couple of players that say like maybe Madden is another one of these players sometimes where like you're trying to be a little bit more of the playmaker. You are also going to get a lot of the criticism because whenever it fails, we're going to point it out. It's just a hard world to live in, unfortunately. But yeah, you're right. Like this game, and it's not the first one that we've seen out of him. He is an absolutely great Counter-Strike at the moment. 10-3 for him personally. That's impressive.
Dave knows about that cave control. That's something that he wanted to sort of play in front of that smoke. He realizes it's not actually worth the risk here, especially considering he'll know that economy over towards Heroic is at the very best a little shaky. Wow, that's so risky, but he's sticking around just a tad. SDY are going to get space.
So smart.
Towards A. Question is about this main control. That's the main one. It's one via temple, one via main, and SDY trying to put the pieces together. That PTFD's made noise now as well, so we know about that. And now he's spotted a temple player. He's got information.
Yeah, all of this is so smart. Like the fact that he got to Donut to begin with is a lot of map control, and the whole team is waiting for him. Like you can actually, without even listening into the comms, you know what they're saying. SDY is calling. I'm in Donut. Let me work. I'm gonna smoke. I'm gonna go check it out with the SMG. Like it's just very, very clean for ENCE.
Some would say easy for ENCE at the moment.
Surprisingly right now, yes, it is.
Yeah, 6-2 start is exactly sort of what ENCE wanted to to get in this best of 5. The Death touched in it. Heroic obviously come in as the heavy favorites in towards this game. No two ways about it. Recent form off the back of Rio, coming in towards this tournament, looking insane. We spoke about their kind of 5-map win streak. So this is a side that have offered up so much already at Elisa and at the moment, but all the pressure is on Saw. This second timeout already called. And yeah, you can tell that the Heroic guys are feeling that pressure a bit. They're not quite awake in this best of 5 just yet. The good thing is, though, it is a best of 5. You got plenty of time.
Yeah, and to be honest, that's probably, I mean, that is a completely different scenario as well to try and think about is, you know, like, obviously it's great to start a best of 5 really well, but you've got to conserve, you know, a little bit of energy all throughout, as in, you can't celebrate the first victory too much. You have to kind of keep the focus on for every single map, and for some of these guys, that might be a brand new experience. Well, for some of them, it definitely is with the crowd and everything else. So, see how this one unfolds. Round number 9 is here. We've got the AWP back on Dexter. We haven't had to say his name too much yet, so we're still waiting for that. Still waiting for Pody as well. I don't think we'll be waiting long. Young Finnish player has been looking so promising this event. First time I've ever got to cast him, but I'm not disappointed for the minute here. It's been real exciting. Tess's opening up and taking down Kaspersky.
Important kill as well. And Dexter will step up with one of his own. And this is the start that they wanted, but an answer back from Glade. His ramp control's been excellent. A lot of space he's been creating as he starts to make a move for a second as well. But at range, the M4's always got a slight advantage and a little labored from Pody. Leaves Natu, unfortunately, all alone now. 1 versus 4. Yes, he got an AK bomb on his back, but this feels like it's completely out of the equation. As something goes completely awry. Heroic. They're such a disciplined side, I just can't see it.
Yeah, we're nearing the end. I mean, if you look at the money here for Heroic, again, just to reiterate, there's still a lot to do here for Natu in the sense of trying to do some damage to the economy. That's an absolutely sickening burst. 2 bullets, and Dexter is gone and dead. I don't think you win the round. It's so unlikely. Again, hate to say it, but Heroic have to make a couple of mistakes for Natu to get into this one, presumably. Little peek maybe here or there will help him a long way. Nerds has started to get there as well from the middle of the map. We're down to 25 seconds, and he is creeping up. He's actually getting kind of dangerously close right here. Sees Kickshammer, can't quite take him down. Still, the extra kill is not bad at all. Another one would have really made a big difference, but yeah, important for Heroic right now. They're trying to sort of find their feet in this game early on. I mean, it's a bit interesting.
Yeah, all 3 recovered as well, which is quite important. They don't actually really have a lot of residual cash, so that's quite important on that side. And no issues reinvesting for ENCE. He's been doing really well in terms of his ramp control, but it's unfortunately they get isolated over towards A, and that's actually where the whole round sort of falls apart for them. Only now in towards the AWP though. Gets you that head-to-head against Dexter. There's not an easy person to go aim with, so now he can deal in that fight. Flash over, down that corner as well. Get caught by the flash, he'll take his pop shot. Now Heroic know they've got an AWP out.
Quite a bit of grenade damage there towards the B ramp. Pretty uncomfortable. Soften them up a bit. Pody, it's a nice position. Boosted on top there, but can't actually find it. Good counter nade as well. One of those rounds where I think if you're ENCE right now, you might be worried about the fact that you don't have a big footprint anywhere else on the map. And that's always going to feel like maybe the CTs know. Right? If they're pushed up in the A hallways or if they're in middle, oh, that is long range. Now, Kicksan is looking for only that position when he's boosting there. That's really nicely done from Pody. And that they also know that there's at least 2 people in the bomb site because one of them is going to be boosting them. So you give a little bit of extra info for that.
True. Keep an eye on it as well. 2 kits in play. Tessus and Shush. Both over towards that B site. They hit A. Long rotate for those guys to get over. Dexter, what have he got for us as well? He'll let them cross. He will definitely hear them. That's for sure. And this is where Nerd's got to step up. If he can go 2 for 1, that'll be huge, but that's asking a lot. Hit the first. The second, he'll get it as well. And nearly even the third. Kaspersky or Trade will get out in front of the Molotov, but versus 3, 20 seconds. We've got to make a move, and Shush might get a flank here. Completely blindsided. Pody delivers, but time still ticking. And Dexter all alone in towards Donut. 1 versus 2 required, and he'll get the first. AWP versus AWP. On plan, but a tap. Stick it up, Pody! Oh, he stepped up! The Finnish man in front of the home crowd delivers. And ENCE get yet another round. What a time for him to shine. And what a round for ENCE to put in their favor. Pressure was on.
Look at this first one. Boosters there. Oh, and he's so ready for it. That's an absolutely crazy flick. Listen, this round is essentially lost when Nerds get that nearly triple there.
Yeah.
The off angle. If you have the ability to change the outcome of a round like that, then you've got something special. Like, that's a quality that right there that's hard to find in really any Counter-Strike player. 19, never been on a stage like this before. Most of us probably didn't really know his name before we started here in Finland, but yeah, we're gonna know now. He's gonna be on the radar now for sure.
True.
That is such a hard round to win.
Yeah, I think I put the start of this year in January, I put him in number 2 in my top 10 players to watch out for, and my God, has he been shining. What a player. And he was a little quiet as well to start off the match, but he's come alive. That round in particular, that's the Pody that we've seen all throughout this tournament. He has been a star man every single game, more or less.
In some sense, for me, so much the better, because it is a little bit easier to kind of keep rolling when you're just having like the best game of your life and everything is working, but actually having a slow start and still being able to turn it into something good might even be sort of a better test of quality in some sense, because you can't have every game be the best start ever. So sometimes you have to be able to recover those poor beginnings. DY and Kaspersky both gone down at the beginning here. We're in round number 11, and honestly, Heroic need the last two rounds. They need to make this a 7-5, so even with the limited weapons, the utility is absolutely gone. They've got nothing to throw. But they are stealing, scavenging, you might say, some AKs across the board. So actually, this could be exactly what they need.
True. Shush was spamming E in the smoke. He does finally find that AK. Next up, Boosted. Don't want to peek in towards this, but Pody might want that fight. And he spots it out. He just gets a pixel, but he's going to fall off. And Dexter, he'll reposition. Glaive gets clipped. 2 versus 5. Surely no chance in hell here for ENCE. This would require something miraculous to bail them out of this round. Surely Heroic take a fourth.
50 seconds. The fact that he has the heads up, sort of like the idea that Dexter could be at that off angle, and he goes to look for it in itself is just so sickening. Alone versus 5, and obviously now we're playing for the highlight reels. He is going to get hunted down for sure. Tessus be the one to do it. This is a big swing round for Heroic. It's a shame for them that there's not more left of the half here, because then they can actually kind of run further with it. But at least they're going to have the cash going into round number 12 here, and they will be able to fight for a 5th round on their side, which they absolutely need at this stage.
And especially when you consider the buy they brought in, right? We had an AWP double M4, but then it was MP9 and D. I mean, already dipping in towards kind of those lesser weaponry that had no long-term economy. To lose that round, and we could be talking about something like a 9-3, potentially, even for ENCE. That's a huge round that Heroic have found. Give them a bit of a chance. Buy back in, of course, for ENCE, but again, not maybe as fruitful as they would have wanted it. No war. Even the Galil's having to be brought to play. Shadow spotted. Dexter never missing those ever. One has crossed. Might be in a bit of trouble as well. We'll reposition. He gets his head ripped off his shoulders. All right, we've got a bit of a sight here.
Kaspersky trusting in that one bullet, didn't really connect, but yeah, he's got a lot of control. Going to be moving forward. Got to be careful of the floodlights in there. They'll give your position away every time. A Molotov to keep them even further at bay, although I think it landed inside of the smoke. First attempt at a bomb plant can be very hard on this particular bomb site to actually get it planted without getting sprayed down. They do have the insurance policy. It's SDY in the middle looking to sneak up behind them. They are kind of aware. You could see they're thinking about it. I think it's Shush in there, but he's dead. SDY will find him. So now I think this retake's almost impossible to do. 3 versus 4. They're coming in from the same angle. Yeah, they're going to try and smoke the bomb, and then Chaos will try and defuse it. It's not a bad idea, to be honest. Tessus and Nerds, actually, the kills are coming through, and they're defusing inside, but Glaive, possibly with the last bullet's going to be able to get it. They're on the defuse once again, and SDY, they're not coming off it here. He's just going to hold it the whole way through. So 5th round, somewhat of a miracle there for Heroic. But they do find it. We'll see if it's going to be enough.
Like we said, if Heroic can find this on the T side, they really give themselves such a good chance to just time this game right back up and put in the pressure.
Look at Glaive in CT spawn. He's just looking to flash. He's got 2 flashes in CT spawn right now. Can he actually do anything with them? They're still waiting. All right, so this is another bit of a strategy. There comes the first. They're trying to run right through the smoke, but it's chaos, and it's Slaughter instead. Heroic ready on the other side. They never got to the smoke now. That's all they wanted. I mean, it's a cool setup in theory, but with that many Glocks on the other side, that's not going to work out.
That's the prime example of nice idea, terrible execution. It just falls apart immediately.
I think they bumped into T players.
Yes, they did.
So not only did they sort of get bodyguarded, you know, like they weren't welcome in the club, too drunk, or the wrong shoes, or whatever is going on there, but, you know, they've also got Glocks. Not a fun combination.
No. And there's also the Julies there as well, which just mowed them down too.
No. You know what? We got robbed as well.
What did we get robbed?
We got robbed of the Shush Molotov. He had it out. He was going to Molotov the defuse.
He did.
I feel now.
The
I feel
lineup. Well, they too will survive. That's all they get, really. A relatively bad pistol, I think, is just the easiest way of putting it. Very simple stuff from Heroic. A quick call and towards the fights, and there's just absolutely nothing ENCE could do. They made a really good call to start off this game, but that one, unfortunately, just didn't work out in their favor. Here it is, just running through, and just as they're peering through that smoke, the first gets caught, and they just keep spamming mouse 1. It's so simple, it's so effective, but there's nothing you can do, really, if you are ENCE.
Especially with Glocks, right? 3 people on the other side, that's like 60 bullets that are, like, you're never surviving that, unfortunately. Also, just me flexing my math skills, you know.
Yeah, look at you go.
Can, in fact, add numbers under 100, typically.
I'm proud of you. ENCE have gone for the force buy here, though. Interesting decision. We buy back in. They two kept hold of the armor, but aside from that, everybody's gone for that full investment. Util low, we've got 1 smoke left. MP9's across the board, bar Kaspersky.
No, never take your eyes off the ramp. It's my number 1 hate thing. I'm going to mention it every time until people hate me for it.
Unless you smoke it.
You can smoke it. That's kind of okay. I still wish you would keep your eyes on it because
just walked up.
I hate it so much. He's alone, so in his defense, a little bit of a jump there. In his defense, he's alone, so he's also trying to cover the cave.
Exactly.
But in general, like it really is my number 1 pet peeve with this map right now. It's just you see it all the time, even when there are 2 or 3 players on B. Whoever is holding it, sometimes they're like, I'm just going to look away a little bit, and you just can't do that. Should never be allowed. Should be fired instantly. Or fined. 3 MP9s left, and as unexciting as it is, they need to save it.
Yes, because at least they can use this buy kind of back in towards the next. There's once again just reaffirming my point. I just don't like force buys on the seat side when you lose the pistol. It's just not worth it. We could have had guns out in towards this next round, but we won't.
I think Shush was trying to get the crowd buff. Like, he was looking straight at the
like shaking through.
Crowd,
no, that wasn't made any noise, mate. It's not working. Not today, fella. Give it up.
That's fun.
Put the fries in the bag. 7-all. This game tied up. Like we said, though, because you've got that save of those 3 MP9s, there's something to work with for ENCE towards this next round. But expectations are that Heroic take a lead here.
Did you say put the fries in the bag?
Never heard that?
No.
That's the new one. That's new slang I got to teach you. Put the fries in the bag. It's like...
That's why I've got my Suma sidekick, so I can, you know...
like get a job, buddy, kind of thing. Like,
put the fries,
Put the fries in the bag. I've got a few more I can teach you throughout this best
used
of 5.
to say, sir, this is a Wendy's, you know. Anyway, we're moving on from that. Round number 15. Going to be an MP9 a little bit close here. A little bit too hot for SDY. Wants to escape. I respect that so much. Again, that's, is that an R8? I don't know if I respect that, but it certainly could be exciting here. He's trying to flex it, and there's the headshot. Now everyone is excited. Dexter's gone. There's no idea what hit him. Forgot that was even in the game. Shush wants to bring it back, but he's going to get traded up by Pody. So now suddenly it's a 3 versus 3.
Such an embarrassing way to die as well. To an R8. Just so in the wound. 3 versus 3, like you mentioned. This round's not exactly off the table just yet for ENCE. A little bit of something to work with. 9, Pody, full HP. Then, of course, the R8's still alive too. 1 bullet headshot if you can get the time to shoot it. Don't count it out. But they're going for the gamble here, friends. And I do actually think this is the right call. It's just they've not made it on the right side.
It's turned into an R-rated round.
The door's that way.
Doing a lot of work here.
We'll workshop that one.
Workshop that one. It's a 3 versus 3, and unfortunately for ENCE, they kind of guessed the wrong bomb site.
Yeah,
but
I like the call though.
Yes.
The gamble stack is absolutely the right call to make there.
I agree.
Because you in every sort of situation, you're not at an advantage here. You're always, whether it's firepower, whether it's even just HP, right? You're always going to be at a disadvantage. So just playing the numbers game and hoping you can isolate one fight is the right thing to do. It's the wrong call. It's a coin toss and they lose it.
Right, they have to waste such an amazing gun sound on this weapon.
On this, yeah.
It sounds powerful. Like, it does sort of strike fear in your heart when you hear it, because you don't want to...
Yeah.
You're right, it's embarrassing to die to it, but also it's like, it does sound powerful, you know? So, I enjoy it nonetheless. Good work from Cody. Again, he wants to pick up the AWP later, getting a couple of kills right now. Enjoying a couple of them, and...
2 down.
You're right.
Like, job done, honestly. I mean, they've got to buy in towards the neck. They don't care about losing any of those guns there. So I think you can sort of say job done in that situation. He essentially gets 2 kills with the help of the bomb. That's going to hurt the economy just a little bit. Not as going to be problematic, but at least gives you a bit more of a long-term outlook of how we're going to break the backbone over towards Heroic. And of course, we got to see that roll of the kill. So I don't think they're too upset with that. Heroic, though, in towards the lead now, 8-7. What was a very strong start for ENCE. They were 6-2 up. Now find themselves 8-7 down. So there has been a little bit of a collapse when you look at it in a macro sense. Got to recover here. Back in towards the buy, of course. Already out in towards the AWP, and Dexter's not something that he can challenge with just yet.
Oh, that is unbelievably close. Kaspersky there, living life on the edge. But he's just gonna back on out of there. I can appreciate that. That for his future, that's going to be the #1 lesson that he has to learn. Is when is the time to really double down? Like, his aim seems to be really good. Like, he's an exciting player, but if you don't learn those differences, the deeper you go towards tier 1 Counter-Strike, the harder it's going to be.
And if we're being honest, when he was playing tier 2 for NIP Academy or tier 3, if you want to call it that, right? I mean, he was just mechanically so much better than everybody. So if he could get bailed out by those mechanics, speaking of, head of the swivel nerds, sure to working well. For a second, he gets close, but
wow.
DY will catch it. Bomb going to go down. Numbers favoring this setup. I don't think ENCE can give this a go.
No.
I think they've got to save it.
They have to, and this is the other thing, right? Even if Nerds could have had the double kill, he confirms 2 people are coming. That is so much information. It's 3 people left. Like, he can call that into his team and say, well, at most you're fighting 1 person towards CT spawn, so don't even worry about it. Yeah, huge for Nerds, even if it could have been a double, but getting the information sometimes could be just as good. So you're absolutely right. I was worried, right? A 7-5 first half in favor of ENCE. I thought Heroic were in a lot of trouble, but honestly, the second half, we haven't really seen ENCE get up and running, and partly it's the economy,
yes,
but also partly Heroic with some of these entries, really hard to stop.
Yeah, they've got a very good read so far about where to find gaps. Well, I think the issue is on the other side too, is that for Heroic, every round we've seen them so far, they're not taking a hell of a lot of casualties. I mean, bar that one where they lost a couple to the bomb, but aside from that, I mean, we're talking about them building a really good foundation. So ENCE have got to win raw gun rounds. That's something they're really struggling at.
Where did Trish get the entry in that last round? Was it actually on B? I'm trying to figure out if somebody took their eyes off the B ramp again.
Off the ramp.
That's
your worst nightmare.
It is. I like this though. Take a little time out. Deep breath here.
Yeah.
They do need to come back here. It's been a bit too much, right? 4 in a row for Heroic to start the second half with. We need to hear back from ENCE. Crowd started to warm them up, trying to see if they get them back in there as well. A best of 5, so we have a long stretch ahead of us here. It's too early for anyone to get panicked or too disheartened at the moment.
Yeah. Both sides are still got attack pause each left in the back pocket, just in case. So we're not under too much pressure at the moment.
Talk about some of the implications too, right? For Heroic, this is probably one of those tournaments where we feel like we should definitely win this one.
Yeah, I think the desperate, if they don't win, it's a failure.
It is a failure, I agree. But for ENCE with Glaive especially, like, I think that storyline that they talk about it as well, the boys in the desk, I just think that's so interesting to think about. Like, can he do it with not Device, without Dupree and the rest of the gang?
Especially because the Zoomers these days are giving him fraud allegations of what is regarded as one of the best IGLs of all time. Pody posted one as cross and takes a pop shot. Just about gets out of there as well. He was getting run down. It's actually Kaspersky is the one to fall. They'll know the orc's still in there somewhere, but SDY. Oh, he's going to get 2. That's big. Numbers now in favor of ENCE as well. This post-spawn, Heroic aren't exactly secure. They have no idea where they're coming from.
They have so many grenades here on the T side, so they can slow this down. That smoke, that blocks 3 people They have the man advantage, but how did they get through that one? Now they're going to try and flash their way through from CT spawn, just like they tried to the pistol. We'll see if they can actually make it, but no. It's impossible. The grenades here are simply making the whole difference. It doesn't even if they're 5 versus 3, if they're all towards CT spawn and they have so many nades, I think they had another 2 Molotovs on Heroic as well behind that, they were never going to make their way through. And they are abusing that ramp so much. It's why I keep highlighting. I know it's sounding a bit of a broken record here, but it's true, unfortunately. That ramp, I mean, you see how some teams will double Molotov that ramp just to make sure that you can't rush up like that pretty quick. And obviously, they had the scope, but Pody's position there, he's far back. They're already on top of the ramp.
Yeah.
To be honest, even if he hits the shot, they can still do what they did here.
And I think I love what Heroic are doing, because I think they're finding a lot of gaps over towards this site by a ramp, as you've been talking about, but they're sort of sitting on the thing of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right?
Absolutely.
A lot of teams try and overcomplicate it, like, right, they're going to stack this now and this, that, and the other. Let's just keep going until it fails, and then we can talk about an adjustment. So I'm liking the call here by Kixan. Just keep being relentlessly aggressive. Speaking of, there's one. Tess looks for a double labor spray, but he'll get it on the left. Glaive tries to trade, but he just can't. And that's another double opener for Heroic. And not what you want to see. This is a side of ENCE who are falling apart here. They're my pick.
Yeah, they can't get it going on the second half here. And Heroic are playing some pretty terrifying Counter-Strike in terms of the speed behind these calls. I mean, they're not slowing down. Execute is already live here. Smoke towards Donut and towards CT spawn. They're Molotov up the entire backside here at A. And A too. Cross your fingers and hope you get a couple of headshots here, because otherwise this round I think is not going to be viable. Bomb is planted. Tessus is still really far away because he's low on health, so he's trying to catch anyone rotating out. Can't really blame him. And if they fall back, Tessus can be the one to try and take the guns away from them. So yep, I think his role just upgraded into something different. He's probably going to try and move up and catch them.
Yeah. Tessus is
4-2 look at this.
In opening duels, man. He's doing so well, and he's just going to keep hunting.
You can see it coming from a mile away. It's such a cool double position, right? Because he can obviously rotate to help A if things go off the rails, but he just changes into a new role as soon as they start to escape.
A2's doing okay, though. The economy hurt a little bit, at the very least. Pody might go one of his own, and he will. So they made it expensive, sure, this call to hunt, but it doesn't bother Heroic. I mean, they've just got 11k. They don't care at all. They've got so much money. They've got a massive round differential as well. I mean, they are loving life so far here in the server. Yet to drop around on this T side. There's just nothing they can even be remotely upset about. I think we've probably got to see ENCE use that final timeout soon. Really well done from Tess. Like I mentioned, 4-2 in opening duels. He's always in the thick of it, win or lose, but for the most part, it's win. Most opening duels so far in this game, successful. And having somebody like him who just is Mr. Consistent is such a blessing for Heroic. And, you know, we've been giving the flowers towards him and Shush, right? These are guys who sort of got forgotten when all the drama came around to Heroic.
Here we go.
Doing it, Tess looking for the 5th, but this time, he'll get caught off guard. Glaive reacts well. Kaspersky and Nate too as well, adding to the tally. And in a matter of mere moments, Heroic down to 2 and questioning, scratching their heads thinking, how do we bail ourselves out of this? Span down through the smoke goes Dexter, and Shush, he's left all alone and just pondering, what happened to my teammates?
This is one of those really interesting rounds where if you're brand new to the game, you would call this, you know, an easy or sort of a one-sided round. If you're eventually like, this is really all down, but it's you know, a couple of inches away from Glaive dying in the B bomb site, and I guarantee you Heroic do the exact same thing again. So sure, it's a 5 versus 1 now, but this is a much closer round than you might actually expect. Just basically, if we see the replay from that first fight, it's so close. Abusing the same thing, like you already said it. If it's not broke, then you know, don't try and fix it. Just keep it going. I really appreciate it.
But the thing is now, because it's been shut down, and because we've seen them finally be stopped, right? Now we get to this conversation of, okay, how do we adjust? Where else are the gaps opening up? What's the mid-control like? How much pressure are they actually putting in through A main? Can we start to utilize that in our favor? And this is where, once again, you just look towards the IGL, right? And say, for the Kicksound, what have you got in your locker? For Saw as well, what has he spotted out? He hasn't had to intervene at any point just yet. Because, of course, that's a 6-round win streak they were just on until they got shut down there. They haven't needed to really change anything up. But they're running out of chances there ultimately. You know, for Heroic, 3 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away.
I guarantee you on the ENCE side right now, they've already had the conversation about eventually they're going to do the same, but on the A bomb side. So but you know, you don't want to be overstacking B and then have that happen. You just feel like you've been completely outread, you know, at that point in time. So But they probably can guess that eventually Heroic are going to try to abuse the fact that they've conditioned them so hard on the B side that they're going to try and switch it up here. Towards the middle we go, a bit of a crunch at Nuts. This is where he made his name. This mid-aggression, he is world-class. Maybe one of the best we've ever seen on this map in the middle. He's going to be good for that one. It was very nearly a double. You can see Pody is all the way down to 6 health. So he's done already enough. Just that one kill to open up the map. And how did they do it here? ENCE, how do you get back?
Yeah, and once again, another opening kill for Tessa. It's just relentlessly aggressive in these early rounds. I mean, obviously, Nertz gets a lot of the praise just because of how crisp he is, but Tessus is just reliable. Pody so low. Glaive got a tough job on his hands here. Minute 5 on the clock. Where are they going? Bomb's not committed at all. It's Heroic. They've got plenty of time to decide where the gaps are opening up.
Reasonable position here for Pody with the health that's left.
Don't like that. That's a risk not worth it. Not when you've got the numbers advantage.
Yeah, he's thinking about what if I get the position, then we can really do a lot with it, but had to get past them. Dexter versus Glaive, easily what could decide the outcome here, and don't need to remind you, but ENCE really need this round. It'd be a huge one if they could pick it up. Glaive's going to be able to get the better time in there against Dexter, and now Kixan, 30 seconds. He knows where Glaive is, doesn't really know where Pody is either. Oh, the spray is pretty good there for Kixan. One versus, yeah, he's looking at the time. He's thinking, can I run across? It's not really clear.
You got baited on the def cam. Instantly. A couple of steps.
Yeah, maybe he did. It looks
seconds.
like Pody's got the right instincts here. He's looking for it. He's thinking about it. Kixan's making a bit of noise, so now Pody knows the grenade, not going to be enough to kill him, but it might just make him a little bit flustered here. The dualies have come out. He's trying to finish this the harder way. Not the AWP, but the pistols instead to hunt down Kixan. He's got the grenade out. It goes way past. He's got no idea. Oh! But it doesn't matter at the end. Kixan just barely surviving. I love everything about that setup from Pody, but this time he's beaten.
That's a really nice 1v2 from Kixan. He just doesn't peek. He's so worried about the potential of the AWP. With Pody being tagged, you would think that's where he'd lean. He gets so close. A couple of tags with the dualies, but it's just not enough. And even to the case if Glaive had got one more bullet off, it would have been enough for the dualies to get the kill. But what a reaction. Heartbreaking for Pody. Maybe even for ENCE as well in this map. Heroic, map point, ENCE's pick. 12-8, they've got 4 chances to try and close it out.
Oh, well, this is a good start. They finally shut down Nertz. Said expert in his field at that mid play. Oh, but that's interesting. Pody gets one, actually assisted as well on Kixan, and SDY to spray down Shush, which leaves just Tessa's here. The bomb has dropped behind him, so he's locked in for this one. Deep breath on ENCE. Don't make a big mistake here. Tessus is the caliber of player that can snatch this away from you if you get a bit too aggressive. But Natu, nicely done. Shoot him in the back.
Good work. I like that. They don't respect them in that round. That's what you want to see. They get up in their face and just say, maybe map point, but we've still got a bit of fight left in us. He's not done just yet. We're playing for overtime, ENCE. Still needing a couple of players to step up in the moment.
I would love it. Overtime in a best of 5 with the first map. I mean, that's where you build the real excitement. That's when you know things are going to get chaotic throughout the evening and the night.
That's when you say there's a game on our hands here. You look at the buy for Heroic, very least, ENCE should get 10. They should get double digits. Only pistols, but I say only. Right hand's Nertz can be very scary. That could be a chunky nade, but it goes actually a little bit deep. Flash over, a little bit late, but they just line up. 1 and 2. Fork is bursting, and Glaive answering for only one of his own, but it should be done here. The nade should do it, and it will. It's nice and simple. Couple of casualties, nothing to really worry about. ENCE locked themselves into 10. And with the money problems of Heroic here and the lack of bomb plant, you could technically say that's one true gun round.
Yeah, I mean, they're within striking distance, right? They're within the margin of error. There's no question about it here for ENCE. Had a real hard time getting into it, and honestly, just a really great second half of Counter-Strike here for Heroic. Like, they come out from the break swinging, the tempo is really high, and ENCE just can't keep up, but I think now they've adjusted a little bit. They seem to be a little bit more ready for it. I do like this as well. The double position in middle for ENCE means they go to the B-bomb site very fast. They're going to be able to help out right here. Oh, a bit of a lineup, and through the smoke, it's SDY to take the kill. But now he's on an island. Hunt it down. Nertz comes back for the double. In spite of the fact they had all those people there, it just still wasn't enough. And now the question is Could young Pody actually bring them back once again? They've got Glaive on the other side, and he's playing a really far back position. Again, a bit of a gamble here for them to lean towards B, but I don't hate it.
Oh yeah, Pody, going out mid. That information will be relayed over. Slowly moving their way up to your favorite position, Anders off ramp. Pody's holding for it this time. He takes his eyes off the angle for a mere moment. That could cost him. Once crossed, here's the shot. Shush fall back into the 2 versus 2. Now Glaive and Pody might have a chance in this. Bomb still yet to cross.
Yeah, I think so. I think that AWP is going to take a lot of attention away right now. You're going to be worried about that on the one side here. Oh. Grenade to pop it open. A little bit of damage, but not enough again for the grenade to kill Dexter. It's still pretty good. They know that he's back there, but they can't really hunt him down yet. Bomb is planted. Flash to set it up. And there's a Molotov on Dexter. If he could just throw it in, that might slow them down or force their hand. A lot of damage, but Pody's still alone. And he's been called. He knows he's dinked already. The pistol's out, but it won't make a difference. a little bit nervous, but we'll see if they can hold on with the USPs.
Yeah, early in the tournament as well, they did play Nuke, and Heroic won that one 13-10. So, see how that plays. It's going to go quick as well. Kicks on. First out through singles door, but first fight goes the way of Glaive. Assesses Alanta back. Glaive, backside delivering. And he looks for that third as well, but he won't be given the luxury of it. Shush, the trade. And Alanta back from SDY with 2. Shush put all alone in a big 1 versus 3. Gets the first, for the second, running out of ammo. But he has to preserve those bullets, but he just couldn't hit the headshots. It's close, it's scrappy, but a big round win.
Yeah, very well done. Those kind of A hits can be very, very hard to lock down. Similar to what you talked about on the B-bomb side on Ancient. It can be very hard to stop those kind of fast plays coming out of Hut and coming out of the squeak door. Credit to Glaive as well. Those are the kind of positions that are easy to get panic in, and he gets the first one.
Yeah.
You can see here at the end, like, this is the kind of Glaive that at one point, I think, where people started wondering, like, is this kind of the end of the career? Because it just looks like, even just mechanically, he's having a harder time keeping up, you know, and there's not a lot of space for that right now in the top tier Counter-Strike level, so good to see him be able to manage some of those positions. Nate2 is here, but he's got the MP9. It's a bit of a spray down. Could have been better, but still, not bad.
Yeah, not at all. Heroic for them, they went for that force buy. Now the bomb plant, it doesn't give you a lot to work with, but it has allowed them for a bomb plant here.
No kit.
4v3, you mentioned it, no kit as well. This could actually be a little bit dicey. Tech9 up close, in ENCE's hands, the drive-by could be a real scary thought. And they're getting active here as well, which I'm a big fan of. Kixan wants to come up for the fight. Glaive up close as well. Will he expect this? He does, but he doesn't deliver on the kill. Back into the 3 versus 3. Galil tagging, but can't confirm the kill. Now into 2, both Nerds and Kixan tag. Door closed in their face as well, but you touched on it already. There's no kit and he's low. The guy on the bomb, the spam isn't good enough. All down to 1. Nerds can't get it. ENCE go 2 for 2.
That is very well played for a retake. I would have said, even in the 4-on-3, as soon as the bomb is down, that you're actually in a lot of trouble there.
Yeah.
Now, it's great work that they had the smoke at the end. I would say, to some extent, absolutely key piece of utility for any retake on the B-bomb side is having a smoke. You have to have it on that CT side, even with the kit as well. It's so often that you're resorting to that kind of play where everyone else is guarding it and someone's defusing inside the smoke. So, well played for ENCE. That's not bad at all.
Of course, with that bomb plant, once again, Heroic can just buy back in. Scout coming through. Dexter. Leals alongside him. 1 AK for Shush. See what he can do. Exactly the easiest of rounds, but Dex a nice shot. SDY will get dropped. Already a good opener. Making that Scout sing. Even in this round as well, even if he wants to get body shots, it makes this round really, really scary for ENCE. Technically, still a bonus by any chance, but he flicked down, missed shot, and reposition.
Like, that reposition could be a bit scary, but really nice work. I might take it back. Tessus goes down. It's Dexter with the Scout. Finding Kaspersky. I can't believe it. Another tag comes in. Dexter's running wild with his weapon outside. 3 versus 3 all of a sudden. Not often that you see the Scout really make a difference. Oh, did you not see that? That must have looked very different from his point of view. Now Glaive right in their faces. You want at least 1 kill from that one. But the round is still live. Let's look at a bit of a battle ahead of us here. Nate2 hanging around in that mini position, listening for some footsteps. They've got 40 seconds. They can wait here and maybe let ENCE sweat just a little bit.
It goes quiet. 35 seconds to work with. Shush tagged up, same for Poddy. Making a move as well, the Finn. He's getting in behind and waiting. This timing's excellent for him. He should be able to at least deny, but it could all be done by Nate2. Good for the first. Time being found here for Poddy to get in. Running Tech9, and he'll get there in the end. Big round again for ENCE, and for a brief moment that looked very, very scary indeed. But ENCE starting really well on the CT side. That's all you can ask of them.
Yeah, they're surviving some of these early rounds. That's the only thing that really matters here. This is a force-up round, with the bomb plant as well for Heroic. They don't have everything. You deny the bomb plant. It's a quad kill at the end for Poddy. I think Maui's next said it already. Like, if he has the kind of start that he ended up with on Ancient, but if he starts that way here on Nuke, it could be a bit of a different scenario.
True.
Kaspersky seems to be ready. Great flashbang to make it through. A layered flashbang as well, but sure, she's not quite checking it. It doesn't matter. They get 2 cracking opening kills into the bomb site. SDY up on the high ground here. They'll take 1, but this is so risky. when you're running in like this, it is a bit of a coin flip, and it's not working out for them at the moment. Nade2 set up with a flashbang. He's actually going to be good for the one. Keeps the spray alive, and he actually makes it a very quick triple. Falls back down, and now he's controlling the bomb down there. And Dexter hunting for him. Oh, he's relentless and fearless as well. Heroic. Once they get started, they don't stop. Like the battle, there's no break in that fight. They just keep going.
I love it. I think for Nade2, the best thing he could have done is after he gets that really nice triple on towards the site, is just go away. Completely reposition. Go in towards what we like to call that kind of proactive CT play in the 1v1. Just so well him. I mean, look how well he isolates his fights, but when he drops down, he knows Dex is below. He's just killed his teammate from hell in heaven. Just completely fall away. Even if it gives over the bomb, even if it gives him control of the site, it just keeps him guessing. Sows the seeds of doubt, as we like to say. Not to be. He wanted the fight. He backed himself after the 3K, and that's maybe where, you know, a more experienced player would understand. I'm just going to step away from this.
Yeah, I think
his situation's sort of changed now.
You're probably right. I mean, that's what adrenaline just takes over, doesn't it? You're like, I've already got 3 kills. Like, of course, I'm ready for the next fight, but someone like Dexter is not to be underestimated. Cody out here, a little bit careful. Breaks the glass and just goes to keep a little bit more of a distant eye on that yard position. 5th round. Just like on the first map. I mean, this is making for a great grand finals because there's not a lot of pauses, not a lot of breaks in the action. They really are just fighting scrappy Counter-Strike. Oh, and taps away. Nertz actually looks like he almost volunteered himself into that position. 4 versus 5 now. And SDY almost always good for one in the corner, whether it's a shotgun or an MP9.
Yeah.
Very hard to check.
One small mistake as well that what happens with Nertz is actually they go before that locker room smoke pops. So they spot him crossing, hence why Pody just lost tapping is a bit of a chance. But if the smoke comes down, he might be opting against repositioning and trying to catch them in a bit of a garage play. But work out. He versus 5. Unspotted down towards lower. SDY will reposition. 25 seconds, and he's got to go absolutely massive here. Double doors will be opening briefly. He hears the steps towards single. Dexter, he's got to hit this shot. He loses. Could change things. Ding. Still stays alive. Nade2 is here as well, but he's being surrounded. This is really messy. Dropping down. The Deagle comes alive as well, and a pistol to close it. Kaspersky for 2. And ENCE just finding real form. That's what you want to see from them. Even when the back's against the wall, they lose that 5v3 and the numbers advantage, they still make it stick.
The flow of this game is working out super well for them at the moment. No bomb hunt in this round. The last round, Dexter survived as a sole player winning that 1v1. It means the economy is not really working out for Heroic either. Like, obviously, they're going to get a little bit of they're going to get some round loss bonus, but it's not even that much. Like, when you win 1 round and there's only 1 player surviving, it always creates a bit of a weird position for you to be in.
Only thing I can see them doing here, you know, Dex is coming towards this round with like 7.1k, so maybe like a hero AK sort of buy from him. But he wants that money for the AWP as well in play, so they can't really afford to do that much of a buy. The only thing they really could do if they were going super risky in a force buy was 2 drops coming through and hoping that they can make that stick. I don't think it's worth it. My assumption is just some sort of hero investment and then we go forward, but good spot and ENCE find themselves in. However, the one thing we have to once again remind you is sort of just how things went at the start of map number 1. ENCE started so well. They were 6-2 up. He ended up winning at the half 7-5, and then it all fell apart. Heroic, they spiraled for 6 in a row to start off that second half. You can never count them out. Spam, good. Pody finds as Nertz gets dropped. He's relentless, but sometimes it works against him, and that time he'll get caught on the spray.
Hero AK there on Dexter, but yeah, I think that's important to think about, and I'm sure Heroic are thinking about it too. You know, we just need a little bit. We don't need a lot of rounds here, and we are going to be good to go. If Dexter can sneak in a kill here or there, he doesn't really have to hurry too much. Obviously, this is the only thing they're really relying upon. A2 feeling fairly safe back there. No Molotovs to get rid of him really either. But with the man advantage, pressure is not on ENCE to do anything here. They can just lock down the positions, you know, preferably set up a couple of positions that you trade your way out of. Nade2 might be feeling a bit lonesome here, but again, they don't have any flashbangs or anything, so the first one should be his. Oh, the stairs caught that first bullet. That's so awkward. He goes down. SDY, I like the idea, but if you go down here as well, the round is wide open again, so a little bit of a backup being called for. They don't know there's a second player already there. Glaive. Now he's been spotted, but he's going to be good for the kill. Because Dexter is already low, it looks like the round could still be fairly decent here. Oh, Glaive, it's awkward, but he does get it with the Molotov at the end. In the afterlife, reaching out to take him down. Shush versus Kaspersky, 1 versus 1. 20 seconds. The bomb is around the corner here.
I like this. Just hasn't moved. Kaspersky. Patience is a virtue in this sense. Versus 1. Door was opened earlier as well, so Shush can move his way out. He'll stick that plant, he has to. Of course, time is the essence. Single door also open as well. The fight is everything. And Kaspersky wins it. Once again, stepping up. He stepped up all the way through map 1. And he finds his form here. Maybe a little bit of a muted start by his standards, but that's a really big 1v1.
It's real quiet in the arena for a second there.
Yeah,
round.
Yeah,
exactly. You can tell. I mean, ENCE, they should have won this round easily, but suddenly it spiraled out of control. For Nature, I mean, that's maybe a bit unfortunate. The first fight there doesn't go his way, but they keep sort of running in without much of a plan, right? SDY is like, I'm going to go help out, and then Glaive goes to help out, but they keep just being traded, so a little bit less coordinated. But you know what? They win the round. It's a 5-1. The thing is, for Heroic, because they do so much damage in the last round, if they win this next one, it's suddenly a 5-3 game, and it's wide open again. So that's what they're thinking about on the T side. That's their only mission, is take every gun away and win this round.
Yeah, that's the big issue, isn't it? And even though they're building up a real nice foundation in terms of the round, the buffer zone, they're just not building up the econ that they want. You've got to take at least one of these CT rounds really cleanly just to give them some stability. Every round is an absolute bloodbath so far. It's SS. Towards outside. Bit of outside control with Red. He's not going to make a move. He doesn't need to, really. A lot of teams as well, when they try and take lower control, they go elsewhere, they leave a player back Red because they're the insurance policy to catch rotation. But he's going to try and make a move behind those smokes.
Yeah, fortunate timing there for Tess as one of the cross. You never know when those grenades are going to land and blow open the smoke and get caught like a deer in the headlights. Nade2 playing that top of box position. SDY, he's Molotov off. The timing is amazing here for Heroic. Just as they jump down, Glaive thinking about it, he wants to move forward. This is such a bold play from him. And he's ready to catch Kickstand. I actually kind of love this. Not the kind of move I'm expecting Glaive to make at this point in his career, but could be working out. He's not quite getting the tap there against Dexter. It's unfortunate, but if he'd had that one, actually create some space for his team to retake it. I think for ENCE, I don't like them going for this. Again, they don't really have the money.
Yeah.
They need these guns just to make it a little bit dangerous in the next round.
You're right. Just having an AK and an M4, it gives them maybe something to work off. Yeah, no loss bonus, so they're really going to be in a bit of a dicey spot in terms of actually what the decision they want to make.
Yeah.
I think a lot of teams wouldn't want to buy here, ultimately. They'll stick around 2K, hope the rifles can do a lot of the heavy lifting and just sort of prey on it. But most teams will want to build up, go for a buy back in towards the following round. And because they've got rounds in arrears, they can afford to do so. They're not under that massive pressure where they need to take huge gambles, I think, just yet. We'll see. Never know what's up Glaive's sleeves. It will be Heroic, taking a second on the board. And it's what we were saying, right? You can never really count this side out. We already saw it in towards Ancient, 6-2 up, and then fell apart a little bit. Heroic always find ways to get into this, and they are on the harder side of the T side, right? This is the most CT side of map in the map pool at the moment statistically. Even getting something like 5 rounds on T side is generally seen as actually a really good half.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like if they get up to that, then Heroic, I think they're going to be okay coming into the second half. I don't think they are even close to panicked yet, but it has been a bit of a struggle. And actually, look at the investment here for ENCE. I thought maybe they'd just play with the 2 rifles and kind of be happy with it, but they buy around it, including this MP9 on Nade2, who's nearly getting a double kill to begin with. That is way too much damage. Shush goes down, but Dexter was very nearly following him into the grave. This is scary. Cody's got the scout, so he probably wants to do what Dexter was doing earlier. If they steal this round back, ENCE, it's such a power move.
Yeah. Just quiet, though, off the back of that initial fight. Just with how low Nertz and Dexter are, changes things. A lot of the onus is probably on Tessus here. Not only in terms of his HP, but just because generally he's the one who normally starts rounds. For better or for worse, but he's always in his opening duels. Where are they going to find that form? Smokes towards outside. That'll at least nullify Pody a little bit. Wait, swords! A nice break open of the smoke. And the combination play there of SDY and Pody is beautiful. He tags him, SDY bags him. Beautiful start from Kaspersky. He hasn't been cleared here. Dexter round this corner, dead to right. 6 feet under and down to 2. Heroic, how we've let this one slip.
Remember how hard they fought to get in this position, Heroic, where they'd actually kind of killed the economy on the end side, but they take a massive risk in forcing into this round. This is also how you can really create a comeback path for Heroic if you lose this round, but it goes the other way. I love everything about it. Yeah, and that combination, HG with the smoke, and then the scout and M4 outside is fantastic. Proud. They're really starting to feel it now.
We already saw ENCE lose this map to Heroic in this tournament. And while it felt okay, it's not going to mean anything but him trying to stay alive, which he should be fine with. Not quite close enough. A nice double. It's good for your own stats. That's about it ultimately. Nice round, really nice round. So important for ENCE to find one like that. Natu starts really well, gets a second later down the line. I love that combination play of Pody and SDY towards outside. Smoke gets broken open. He's trained on the angle pop shot, and SDY cleans him up. It's so well played, and that patience from Kaspersky. He pushed it towards lobby so early in the round. And he just waited for the fight to come to him because Dexter completely overlooks the angle.
I think Heroic are feeling the pressure a little bit now because, like I said, they put a lot of effort into whittling away the economy on the CT side, and then finally actually winning a round with only 2 rifles surviving. I mean, that's a good setup for you to actually get back into the half, but now that's been wasted, and can they do it one more time? And they're running out of rounds here.
Yeah. I hate to be a broken record, though. ENCE was 6-2 up on Ancient and let it slip, so
you're right.
Always just never counting out Heroic. They always find ways to bite back. Of course, this is their map pick, and all the expectation is them to do a lot of the heavy lifting on that CT side. Nerds through the flames. Oh! I thought he was going to get the chance at one, but even still, they're being slotted into place. What a massacre on the top side. The meat grinder of A, and they get churned up. The flames, the nades, and the pistols see it off with ease.
I don't know if he got slowed down or if he legitimately walked.
I think he got tagged.
All right, I feel like it surely would have been, but it just looked like he was so slow coming out of the Molotov there. All right.
Kaspersky's loving it.
He really is.
Get allowed, but honestly, deservedly. Really good first map, and not looking bad here in the second either. The crowd are loving it. The pressure is really on.
Like we said, either way, this grand final is a massive victory. You've got Saw behind Heroic, and we've got Pody on the other side, and obviously the brand events as a whole. So either way, grand finals delivering in a big way. Heroic, where are they though? Can they come back in here? You already said it, I mean, you can't count them out, but at the stage, we're running out of rounds in the first half. We're up to round number 10 here. They're having a bit of a struggle, and there's more money building now on ENCE. We're not just talking about winning a round and then, you know, you have one for free. It's going to be a struggle from here on out.
Hey, I said 5 is seen as a, a good half, but they would have to go flawless from here on out to get that in this half, and that feels quite unlikely at the moment. But maybe I speak too soon, nerds. Hero AK, got the support of the Galil and the Scout, but he'll get the first. That could be a gun dropped and recovered too.
Yeah, SDY was so occupied trying to shoot through the smoke. It didn't even cross his mind that Nerds could be that aggressive, but he was indeed. Okay, well, 4 and 5, like you said, recovering a rifle as well. Glaive is risky. Tess is on the other side, but you'll be able to defeat him. It's not bad. You lose Pody at the same time, and Shush is kind of lost inside of the smoke. Kaspersky's, he knew, but it doesn't make a difference. The trades continue, and suddenly we're in a 3 versus 2 with Shush practically dead, but there's so much time here. Heroic can maybe take a little bit of a deep breath.
I like this reposition. Towards the lower sight. Off the shoulder. No, yeah, he does. Oh, good shot. The first was brilliant on towards Dexter, but looked a little fortunate. That one, trained and aimed. Nerds gets deleted. And now, coming back to your point, Shush is so low. So all the heavy lifting surely has to be done by Kixan. Let's Shush get in behind here. Look at it as well. No util for Heroic to work with. They've got to take raw fights. There's a kit still in play for Natu, and surely an angle they probably don't clear. This late in towards around 20 seconds, making a move, and Natu The position's so strong, he's surely guaranteed for at least one kill here, and he spots him, gets him, looks for the second as well, he still thinks heaven, but he delivers on. Natu, what a step up. The Frenchman with 4, and he's riling up the crowd. 2 right, son, 2 right. What a round from him. Single-handedly putting ENCE on his back in that one to deliver an 8.
Yeah, is really, really smart. You're right, like normally that's a position that's checked with a Molotov, and he just finds that corner. They have no way to really clear that efficiently. How sick is that? Natu's, I mean, you know, some of the headlines have been stolen by Kaspersky and Pody, but he seems to be a really solid player. It's been a while since we've seen some new stuff coming out from French Counter-Strike.
And another Miles NXT graduate. They just keep pumping these insane players out.
That's really sick. It's good.
Got the shout out from Apex as well. He spoke about it in an interview talking about how he guarantees that Natu will be in a top 10 side. Whether that's ENCE or not, but I'm with him. Serious talent. Kaspersky for the first. Oh, that's a bad one though from Natu. Just singing his praises. But Pody answers back. A 3 versus 2 is also at the same time. Glaive will deliver a 1-for-1.
Kaspersky, I think he opened the door, just trying to distract him a little bit, and now he's up in the window. Yep, they're all looking down there. They're not ready for it. A little bit of a mind game. Dexter on his own in a 1 versus 3, and already taking damage. And CY, they're just swinging in. Fair play. We'll take him down. It's another round here on the side of him. Did they shoot each other at the end of?
Yeah, a little love tap. Nothing more, nothing less.
Fair enough. This is a brilliant first half. This is actually working out way beyond anyone's expectations here.
Best heroic can do is 3 rounds. I think we can both agree, not good enough.
No, that is on the low side. Kaspersky. Yes, it's a cool mind game, I think, opening the door like that. You can see both the T players coming in. They're so trained, they're focused on that. Yeah. They forget about the control room, so little detail. Round number 12. Last of the half, ladies and gentlemen. ENCE running away with the second map.
Not so as well. Without that bomb plant that they just got, they probably aren't really buying here. Or well, they don't really have the money to buy.
I know what you mean, yeah.
Just get bailed out. That's close. No cigar, though. Information gained. He just lost the leg, but he can't hit the shot. Another one taken through the smoke. He's hoping. Not blown open. It worked for him last time. This time, not so much. And one's already crossed.
Yeah, decent work here, Holy Road. Get somebody downstairs. Kaspersky's very far forward towards the lobby. This is one of those positions you can easily overlook. I don't know if he should keep going. That's very dangerous. Glaive, okay. Finds Tessus again. I think it's the second time back-to-back rounds where Glaive is actually out-dueling Tessus. Not what I was expecting. Speaking of which, Tessus at 4 kills right now. So, Nerds at 4 as well. They've really been shut down in a big way. Dexter is checking it, but it doesn't matter because Persky's quick to react. I don't know how he gets that one. That's hard, though. Being initiated upon like that from Dexter. 3 versus 5 all of a sudden here, and ENCE looking to lock this down and make it 10 in the opening half with Nuke. I mean, this is wonderful. I can't believe they're playing this well.
Yeah, it's so easy for them, isn't it? Kicksan also gets dropped as well. Nerds left all alone in a 1 versus 5. Even if he was to get all 5, he would still be negative overall. It's been a tough map from him so far. Single door open, and drop as well to be a bit of a decoy. Nerds on towards the site, should get dropped. He could get his one on towards Glaive, but the other 2
I'm going to count them in immediately. Oh, definitely can make this comeback happen. So I think a lot rides on this for ENCE to really shut this down. The longer this goes, the more painful it'll be if they can't close the map. But let's see what happens here. Grenades are already out. It's going to be at range. And SDY able to pick it up. Shush just hiding right at the edge of the smoke. He wanted that peek. He wanted somebody to show up. Now Tessus has got a bit of a crossfire setup with him. They've already thrown their grenades there on the end side. They had a smoke and a Molotov, I believe, and sure they've got the kill on Dexter, but can they get more? I don't know how that's not a kill. Surely Shush is meant to get that one. That's a bit awkward. 5 versus 3. They need some headshots right now. SDY, great position, but Tessus, there we go. Just when we call upon him, it's Kaspersky to go down next to Nerds down below. 3 versus 3. It looks like bomb plant's pretty much secured here. Yeah, they're covering it. This is going to be a very hard retake. They have the smoke, but no kit.
Yeah, it's not easy. Time ticking as well. Tessus holding for that first swing. Nothing really being given over. They don't need to, in all honesty, for ENCE. I like this setup they've got. One on towards the site itself. Is Glaive going to be first contact? That's where the youngsters can react off the back of him. Not close. It's going to be pressured a little bit. There is some window control. The swing potty needs a bit of support as well. But Glaive will find the first. And Tess is under pressure, but the swing will deliver. Time is ticking, but as we mentioned, no kit. We've got to get on this. And it's already running out of time. Day 2, if he stays alive, it doesn't really matter. Round 1 by ENCE. And that is all they care about. Heroic, further and further in towards the deficits. They're running out of chances on Nuke.
A little bit of time at the beginning, like you said, where they're not engaging ENCE. They're really staying far back. That comes back to bite Heroic later when they just they need a little bit more time to even try that defuse. 11-2. It is looking absolutely rock solid right now for them. They just need 2 more rounds here. No surprise. Heroic going to try and put some money into this round. Whatever they can. It's not going to be amazing, but you must. All right.
Let's see. We've got 1 M4, 1 FAMAS. A few upgraded pistols. Not going to be easy, but the first fight's not good. Tess is in trouble. Drops a Molotov. They're going to hunt him down. Kaspersky, Assassin's Creed, flying down from Tessus. No chance in hell. The bomb machine get planted pretty safely. They do have to hold this window, though. Might leave him a little bit exposed there. He's in a bit of trouble. Fights are scrappy. SDY for 2. Flawless from ENCE. Map point, 12-2. This is a no contest.
I really like that killer instinct as well. Rushing the ramp with some Mac 10s, not getting too much in their own mindset about, oh, we've almost done it, but now we're a bit worried. Like, that can happen too, but they are absolutely locking it down at the moment out there. Remember, it's a best of 5 right now, so there's a lot of Counter-Strike still to be played. So for ENCE right now to just sort of pick up a map on their side, give them a little bit more runway in the grand final, it's necessary.
I've got to say as well, I actually kind of love this. ENCE are the ones calling the timeout. They're just playing a mental game.
Yeah.
Sit on that. You are now at a 10-round deficit that you've got to try and pull back. You give them the conversation, but all the advantages lay in ENCE's favor. And, for Heroic, what do we even do here? The buy, once again, is just not going to be all that great. MP9s across the board, bar Tessus. I mean, just the pistol for him. It's not the worst buy in the world, but it's not easy.
Tempting round to go for like the lobby crunch, but it might almost be too obvious, like too tempting to the point where even ENCE will sort of say, they're probably going to try and be aggressive. So, yeah, nobody's in lobby for ENCE to get crunched at all. So they definitely had that conversation. NATO, you could see holding lobby this far back, so they definitely know that that's good. And actually, they will try and go for it. So, yeah, it makes sense. NATO is going to call it and saying, yep, it's exactly what we talked about. They are crunching it. And the rest of them going downstairs. So who cares about the lobby? It's that B-bomb site down below that's about to get hit. Kickstand's calling that in rather quickly. Shush here, he's actually in a lot of trouble. Luckily, they don't go all the way for him, but he was finding himself in a bit of a hot spot and very nearly goes down, peeking that one. Runs a bit close. It's actually great work. The bomb on the ground, and he dinks another player in SDY. All right, might still be around here. Nate2's finding himself alone versus 3, but if they get the kill there at the beginning, I think it's over.
How has he slipped the net? How has he got a gap here?
Uh-oh.
Hang on a second. Nate2, no way, surely not. Run first, make it easy, gets it, can't go on towards the second. I like the idea. Just unfortunately, they weren't lined up for him. But even still, how did ENCE kind of lose that round? It was really scrappy, but The MP9 never should have got the second, never even mind the dink on the third.
Yeah, it's down to that, right? Because the call itself is really smooth. They say, oh, yeah, they're crunching lobby. We're already on the stairs outside heading B. I mean, there's nothing, like, tactically, it's really smooth work from ENCE, but kind of counts for those MP9s. They are wild, aren't they? I'm super in the mood for like a 9-round, almost 10-round comeback. Yeah, like you told. Like, listen, it's best to find grand final, like we know.
Yeah.
In front of a crowd here, and we don't get that many events in Finland, sadly. It's been great. It's been absolutely amazing, in fact.
Yeah, everyone's been so lovely. We had the little kind of meet and greet earlier. People were lovely. When, you know, the vibe's been sick. People in the arena here being very sportive, of course, primarily for ENCE.
Yeah.
And it helps when they're winning 12-3.
Got to sign a bucket earlier. Got to sign somebody's stomach as well. So
yeah, stomach.
Feeling pretty good.
A bucket. A couple of frisbees as well.
That's a dangerous topic in Counter-Strike. But yeah, you're right. We did sign a couple of them. Testers. Here we go. Like this is how this changes, right? No, remember, Nerds and Testers and Shush, like they were, well, Shush was doing a little bit better, but Testers and Nerds especially were doing nothing in the first half. If that changes now, it's a different game, like a completely different game. SDY getting caught breaking over the glass. It even says on it, it's only for emergencies.
Yeah.
Got punished for it. Kixan.
This is a guarantee. He's not going to check behind him.
Close. All right. Yeah. Well done. Sealing the deal. Even, I think more importantly, recovering a couple of the AKs here on that CT side. 30 seconds here. Pody. He doesn't have the time for it, unfortunately. And they don't have the money to allow him to go hunting. So,
yeah.
As cool as it would be to watch him try and go for it, it's
not worth it.
It's not really a sensible idea, is it?
Yeah, so he'll keep hold of what he got. He's having a little laugh. They know they've got plenty of time. He's got the crowd on his side, of course, as well. But
yeah, they're calling out his name.
Is, a non-starter. And the next round as well will be sort of more of the same. Kaspersky's got a bit of money. That's really all we're kind of working with. Question is, though, do we force buy? Because Pody's now in double eco, he's only got 450 left in the pocket. Do they actually go for a force buy here? This is just a hard reset. Or do we just kind of leave him out to dry a little bit in the next round with a full buy? Looks like option one.
Okay. I like it.
SDY Deagle no armor is the only real bad buy here, if you're being honest, because even Glaive with that Tech 9 can be super scary.
To be honest, on a map like Nuke, who even cares about the armor out in the yard? Like,
yeah,
you're just looking for one piece anyway. Like, it's not really that important in some sense. You know, like you're not having a long spray down fight against someone. You're just trying to get that's exactly what he's doing. So yeah, it's super worth it.
I think he spotted him on that second jump over. Oh, and he gets tagged as well. Why? All he really has to do is be a nuisance as well. We're not looking at him to win the round. He just has to make a bit of presence known and drag attention in his way.
You see how they're using those grenades to blow up in the smoke there. Oh, it's a nice entry. Nato's crouching in the peaks all at the same time. STY goes down. That was to be expected. Now the bomb should be planted fairly swiftly. The lack of utility for ENCE is going to make it a very hard afterplant. It will be down to the mechanics alone. They don't really have the grenades to block off all the entries here. See what they could do with the rifles. Pody's already gone down 3 versus 4 all of a sudden. They're trying to get a little bit closer here. Glaive, he's buying time. This is actually smart. Just try to see if he can stay alive. Eventually, Natu will go down, and now it's up to Kaspersky. Alone versus 4, as he does get the first one. This time they've got plenty of kits on that CT side, and they're already on that defuse, never going to get close to it. It's actually, I think, a pretty decent round considering what they had.
And, with a bump lot, bit of money left in the pockets again.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think enough for a buy. They're only gone on that 2-round loss bonus. So maybe a bit of a slight investment in terms of pistols, but I wouldn't expect that full buy once again. But you never know. They just have to call a couple of rogue ones. The one thing that for me that I was surprised with is that Shush respects the bomb plant. He opened the door, there was no contact, no contest there, but he allows that bomb to be planted over towards his left. We do go for that low buy here. We'll see what Heroic can do. He can start chipping away at this deficit. This is a good place of where they can start nailing in. This will be a 4th round in a row. It's what you want to see. Dex, a nice shot. This round, we're not expecting a lot. But once again, if we can get that small thing of a bomb plant, that'd be lovely.
Absolutely, and And then just keep the pressure on, right? Keep Heroic thinking that all of these rounds are, a little bit dangerous, a little bit hard.
Yeah.
You don't want Heroic relaxing too much either here. As soon as Heroic can tell themselves a story of, oh, okay, slow start, now we're back, now we're going to win, that's where they probably become a lot more dangerous here. Glaive unable to hit the shot, so 5 versus 3, and it should be a bit of a lockdown. So looking a bit better. Again, the road is really far back here for Heroic, but it can happen.
Ooh, shot on A2. I don't think it's going to make a difference, but SDY, it's a bit of a cracker of his own. That was a really nice shot for that second, and hey, honestly, pretty expensive. Ultimately speaking, that's all you can really ask for. Walking away with 3 kills, I think they're pretty happy. They didn't do any sort of investment, didn't really have any thought of, this is the one we're going to win. That was just a bit of a stopgap in what is to now, that full buy back in, and maybe enough for the orb.
Anyways, we're getting into the next round. For anyone that wants to brush up on, the Finnish Counter-Strike history, anyone want to be familiar with some of that stuff? If you search on the interwebs for Mind Trek 2002 in Tampere, Finland, that is, it's been a while. It was a frag movie made. It's ancient history now, but it's, I would say, one of the best frag movies I've ever made. And
really?
Oh, happening. Yeah, it's been a minute. But yeah, it's worth watching. Finland has a real long history with the game, obviously, in terms of events and players and everything else.
Of course. Even some of them winning earlier, the Ano guys.
Absolutely, yeah. Worth recognizing, I believe. So there's a bit of a global community that we have us, so wish we could go back here more.
Yeah.
Now,
Cool place. Very cool place. Literally and figuratively as well.
it is, yeah. You're not wrong. And we're not even anywhere near what it can be.
Yeah.
6 more rounds, Neo. I mean, do you believe now? Can they get another 6?
Not even close.
Oh, all right.
I reckon ENCE, even in the worst case scenario,
He's
still
a hater.
fumble across the line, even if that's what's required. But
He's hating.
I am full on the belief that ENCE close out this map. Okay. It really opens up the series. That's what I wanted this best of 5. I mean, I would love for the best 5 to go all 5, to have a real competition, this back and forth, to really see just how deep the strat pool actually goes for ENCE. How much have they got in the locker for a new side with not a hell of a lot of prep? What can they do? And if they can push a Heroic side deep in a best of 5, that's very good early signs. We can talk about the honeymoon phase and all we want, but it's still decent to see what they've got in the locker.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't even know if this is necessarily even a honeymoon thing. Like, they look way too well drilled for this. Like, it doesn't seem like that's kind of the case here, but yeah, you're right. If they can keep this going for a while longer, it's pretty promising. 50 seconds on the clock. Tess's just guarding that angle. That's a really nice idea with the flashbang as well, but Tess's, even with the disadvantage of that M4A4, he's still able to get the headshot off. 40 seconds now left, and they are starting to rotate down below. They think it's going to be a B hit, but it's not. They've called this back just in the last second towards that A bomb site. That's where they want to end up. SDY goes down, and it might not matter now. There's still 2 people on the A site here, so I think they are good to go, Heroic. They've got the defense. Nerds coming in a mini as well. Yeah, this is locked down. Nice counter rotation from Heroic. They almost took the bait. They almost all went down to that B bomb site, but well done at the end.
Yeah, good call there as well. By Kicksan, just to bring them back up to the top side. He rotates Shush back up in towards Heaven. He can be that supporting element. He catches SDY, and they're all forced into place. He started the round, and well, he gets closed very simply. Still, though, for me, I'm not sold. I think it would need to get to 10 for Heroic for me to be even open the door for conversation. This feels like the utter definition of a cosmetic comeback in every single sense.
Listen, they all are right up until the point where they're not.
Yeah.
That's the scary part here. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, at this point, one mistake could cost cost Heroic this whole map. SDY is a bit cracking opening. They've got the Hero AK, and he's done exactly what he needed to do. 4 versus 5 here. Dexter showing up outside just to take a bit of a peek. Kicksands down below. That first kill, it's not the end of the world, but if they get one more like that, Heroic are really going to start to sweat. Oh, this is scary. Yeah, get out of there, Kicksan. It is not worth it.
Yeah, not when the numbers don't favor you either. Because that could have been another potential gun recovered. The other one, maybe not as much. It's just so far away in sort of no man's land of outside. But one down towards Secret absolutely could be recoverable and might be something that it's going to work with. Under a minute now. SS, I like this. Bit of proactivity as well. He's not getting a lot of pushback either. Doesn't spot anyone, doesn't hear anyone. He's starting to continue moving forward, but he doesn't see anyone even as he wraps around these corners. It's all about this fight, which he gets. He's got the other two behind him.
Oh, well.
It's the answer. What do they expect Kixan?
There were so many people there, but he could only see one of them. I don't think they will. It's so unlikely someone else coming from that direction. Shush goes down. What's happening now? Dexter gonna pick up the 1 kill there, but it's still a 2 versus 3. ENCE making their way down below with just 24 seconds left. And they should be able to get the bomb planted here. Oh, yeah, Kixan, he can't really afford to rush in. If he goes for it there and goes down, then it's pretty much all over for the map. It'll be ENCE to tie up the grand final at a 1-1. Dexter and Kixan, what have they got? They've got the smoke in the kit, so that is definitely the way out here. But they probably need a kill before they can even execute that part of the plan. They need to get on the site, and they need to do it pretty quickly right now. Already a bit of damage being exchanged here. SDY with a good spray down, leaves it up to Kixan. Oh, he keeps going, but he can't find the last player. SDY just stay hidden here. And now taps the bomb a single time. He comes back to take a quick little peek, and that's all he needed. Don't peek, it is not worth it. The clock
Already better than a lot of best of fives, generally speaking.
yeah.
So I'm happy.
No, we're definitely loving this one. It's going to be ENCE starting on the T side. It'll be Heroic on the CT side, and we're live on Vertigo. Got Tesses looking down the range of that A ramp. Does just peek away. Seems like for the minute ENCE are just kind of waiting to see if there's going to be any aggression coming out from the CT side. And that's reasonable enough. They've got 2 Molotovs. It's kind of interesting to see where they decide to employ those, deploy them. Cody's rushing up with a Glock. Okay, one of them going to go behind the sandbags. The other one set up for the site itself to try and burn out that back boost. So not a bad idea. Flashbang is dead on. And there's a follow-up. They're layered. Dexter. He's blind forever in that corner. Never saw what hit him either. Kicksan's going to get a kill in return finally, but it might be too late. Cody's been unleashed on the bomb site to get 2 kills. And the bomb plant will follow pretty swiftly. So Shush already low on health. It's a 2 versus 3. It's looking good for ENCE right now.
This is a tough retake, just because of Shush in particular, but the lack of kit doesn't help either. What do we do here? Crab walking our way forward. First fight, bit of damage, but again, not enough for the kill to level out the playing field. Might just come here. It's a little scrappy, a lot of damage. Done to Kaspersky in a 1-for-1 trade. Nerds up to it. Where is his last player? Dancing around. He's got a decent corner, but he's got no kit. He's got to hit this shot. Glaive playing time and toying with his food as well. He knows what he's got. The Nerds, you'll get your kill, but it will not make a difference. Round taken by ENCE. What a start. They needed that as well. Just a touch when they last played. We started on Vertigo in the last series between these two. It was an 8-4 CT side for Heroic. They really looked very clean, and they closed it with relative ease. So if ENCE can already go a little bit past that, they can build up something in the early part of this game. Pistol, force, maybe even first gun round. That's already looking considerably better. And hence where then Heroic are going to have to dig deep.
Okay, well here's 5 for you. Heroic, the M4. CSAT 75, Eagle 5.7, and an MP9. So they've just got wide array of weapons to be working with on the CT side. Again, could be kind of risky. This is where if you do this kind of force up and it doesn't work, you've given ENCE a brilliant start, but we'll see. Full execute onto the B site. A lot of flashbangs. Again, I do love it. He can't see a thing. Shush goes down, and they will clear out the bomb site in a matter of seconds. 5 versus 3. And Devin, yeah, back out. Save. There's not a lot to save, but it's better than nothing here.
Yeah, from the first engagement, I was already mentally adding it to my tally of force by losses. So, just a smile on my face, Anders.
You are the number 1 hater.
I hate them with a passion. Seething. I mean, so far in this series, we had 3 force fires on the CT side after losing the pistol, and all of them will be losses. So, you already see where I start to lean in that favor. There could be a little bit more damage at the end here as well. Kaspersky can't get it. Glaive might be able to. The Mach 10 will mop them up. That's good for the money as well. Nerds just about stays alive in that engagement. He's being hunted by the Mach 10 and flying around the corner. They too add even more money in the back pocket. He's happy. You can see it.
It's a brilliant round as well for ENCE to execute that kind of strat onto, because the counter to the sort of the sea of fire that's landing on that B bomb site is having smokes to put them out, and they obviously don't do it. Like, even if they force up, they're not going to have a lot of smoke to get rid of these Molotovs.
Yeah.
So it's a really nice round to make that work.
It's a really funny thing. I'm not 100% sure about. I did see 2 ENCE fans there, and I think they were showing Heroic stock going down. So very typical for this game at the moment.
Okay, nice. I like that. Good meme.
Yeah.
Always on board.
And he'd actually
stock
bounce
too.
back onto STY. That's unfortunate. He nades himself, but he'll still get his kill, so it's okay.
Yeah, there remains USPs. Who cares if they lose a Mach 10 in the interim? Slowly but surely walking back towards the B bomb site, where again, because there's so much utility on this T side, there's not a lot of guesswork. You don't have to walk on here and get shot in the back. They can just use the grenades exactly like they are right now to get rid of maybe not every single position, but most of them. And actually kind of decide to walk away. It's a really good call, it seems like, because it's only Shush here with the Mach 10. So unless he gets a really quick double kill, probably going to be fine in this round. Might be available. The timing is actually a bit awkward here. Kaspersky's on the other side, and Shush decides, all right, I'm just going to call in the backup. So now the rotation's coming the other way. In theory, ENCE can still go back to the other side, but Buddy, he's in trouble. I think he should be dead on this one. Oh, doesn't have the gun out. But the bomb still making its way to the A bomb site, slowly but surely.
That reload would have been heard, but don't really want to push the smoke, and they line up as well. for Kaspersky. Good work. Another big round. Just making sure that the simple ones are taken. That's all you can really ask of them. Coming towards this game, already with 3. Just one more. They matched their tally. They got on the entire first half in their last meeting 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Which is really, really good to see. They're just looking so confident. They're not showing that respect towards Heroic. That's exactly what we wanted, friends. If they want a chance in this series, that's how they've got to approach it. Lots to like so far, but Heroic's first gun round doesn't start well. Kaspersky, he'll catch the first nuts. Not the start he wanted here with the M4s out.
No, and you can see got the dink as well, I think. Down to 4 health there, Kaspersky. So just a classic encounter. Setting up for a grenade. It goes way behind them, so maybe not what they were looking for. They're going to blow up the smoke, but ENCE staying patient at the bottom of the A ramp. Striking at the perfect time. Going to be taking down Tessus. 5 versus 3. Big question for Heroic right now. They're stretched out, so there's 1 middle, 1 A, 1 B. Very often in these kind of scenarios, you're just going to say everyone go to one bomb site and either save or win. Save goes down. Okay.
I like this. Pop flash in. Kicksan. Just to try and keep them off this site. He'll reposition towards Tetris. Waits and holds as well. Doesn't need to really focus on short anymore. Got support there. One will go down. And Kicksan could deny this if he jumped up. He might have had a timing. But he gets killed. Can't get a second. The trades actually work in ENCE's favor. But just look how low they are.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. There is a smoke as well on Dexter, but he finds himself alone. His body just has the perfect timing. Important time to get that one, and Dexter realizes it's too far. He might not even know how low they all are. I mean, they know Kaspersky's got dinked at the start of the round, so they can guess that, but they might not have confirmation on the rest of the damage here. So another round that goes the way of ENCE. To be honest, I mean, from a 5-on-3 into this, there was a way that Heroic could have won this round, but still, it's a bit painful, the beginning here. Dexter's going to be able to get that one, steal the AK. They're flying high right now on that T side.
They are. Coming live from the server. These are kind of very easy rounds out the gates for ENCE. And exactly the way that you want to start in towards this T side on Vertigo. Find this form, but also just be so happy to take fights. I mean, the ramp control is excellent, and I think a lot has to be down to the way Glaive is sort of maneuvering them around. These mid to late round calls are sort of fantastic from him. You've even seen in the last 2 rounds before this one, it was find some kills, throw a bit of util, and then rotate away, right? So they bait them in, and that time it's find a couple of opening kills, drop your util, but actually still commit, just commit later. Call for a quick pause as they start to guess themselves and spread thin, like you put it. 1-1-1 against mid B and A. They do well. The timeout called by Saw, understandably so as well. He notices that things are not going well. He needs to try and ice out ENCE as early as possible. It's a question of what they're even going to do in towards this next round as well. They did have maybe some money to work with. I don't know if it's going to be enough for them to really squeeze out a real comfortable buy, or even if they want to try and reinvest around Dexter here.
Yeah, hard decision to move it all across the board at the moment, isn't it, for Heroic?
Half buy. MP9 is still scary though.
I don't hate it. Mac 10, Glaive banking on the fact not being many helmets on the other side. In fact, there's only one on Dexter, so he's in a good position though. Spray is very nice. Oh, the grenades around it. Kaspersky's going to get around the corner, but still, that is a lot of damage. They're still hunting it here. Tessus really wants him. He's not quite sure. He was right there. Well, that's a scary beginning for ENCE.
I like this.
Just thinking about it. He's actually back for vengeance. How's he risking this? He's so low, but they're not ready for it. I don't know how he knew that. But that is pretty sick. Bit of a killer instinct there on Kaspersky. SDY looking to line them up. He's going to get the one. He very nearly had the double. I mean, they could have peeked into that one. A2, careful now. Shush is right inside of that smoke. I can't believe they've not seen each other. It's going to be a 2 versus 2, and I say that as Shush falls. Had the rifle out in A2. This is a very, very questionable round for ENCE in many ways, but it looks like they found a way.
Yeah, just the audacity from Kaspersky to push forward when you're so low like that. The balls to go for something. It's just ridiculous. And, well, in 1 versus 2, it's not impossible for Nerds, but he's just on the wrong side. He'll hold and wait towards back plat, but it's not going to make a difference here. Smoke's down. One plant inside of it. This should be the round. But Nerds can give this a go. They're going to have a buy-in towards the next round. It's just, do I actually want to lose the AK? Is it worth that?
Yeah.
And do I actually know how low they are? They'll know about Kaspersky, for example, but A2 maybe not as much.
So far away. I think if he's right next to it, it could be a bit different, but just having to trek through the map is never a fun time.
Maybe even a kit as well, because you got that smoke. He could have gone for
right.
the smoke kit play, but without the kit, I think that completely nullifies the round. Kaspersky, not the right idea too. Sticking around, but he does need to make sure he gets kind of far away.
I mean, he shouldn't have been alive at this stage in the round, right?
Oh, hang on.
Bit of close. Funky flashbang. No chance to check that corner. I still kind of like it. And maybe they could have found Nuts. But he will keep that AK alive. So that's kind of good news. Not good enough to overshadow the fact that there's 5 rounds on the other side right now. Heroic having a really hard time waking up to this third map.
It's true.
Can't believe it.
It is true. It's just not what you want to see at all. Not the start that Heroic needed, not the bounce back they needed as well off the back of how poor that previous map was. Because the one thing that we said about Nuke was, you know, there was a bit of that cosmetic comeback, but it was just that super slow start that cost them. They could never actually recover. Unfortunately, we're seeing the same thing here. That Molotov backfires a little bit, doesn't actually bounce around to get in towards backwood. You've got to go just a little bit higher.
Pitiful, wasn't it? Just gotta put some more power into those. But it was a comeback as well on Ancient, right? So far it's been Heroic winning with a comeback on the first map. Kind of trying to come back on the second one, not making it work. And they're already building up for a third comeback here. That in itself is kind of a weird pattern, right? Like, where are the maps here where Heroic are just outright winning from the start?
Yeah.
Like, that's something that maybe is worth thinking about too.
It's never a good sign when you're required to pull off these quite monstrous comebacks. 6-2 down map 1, 10-2 half in towards map 2. I mean,
It's a lot on the line. I mean, Maui's next been put on fraud watch based on what's been happening here tonight. That in itself, I'm sure, is something that he's going to want to redeem. Nice Molotov, just to slow them down. Especially funny if you can get the actual damage, so you can hear them. Confirm if anyone's down there. Didn't really happen this time. 30 seconds left. I don't know how he wins that one, but he does. Kaspersky's taking down Kicksan. That should not be happening.
how's he alive? Again, 4 points of HP. Even the nade, he should have fallen to that. Oh, and a swing as well. Glaive for 2. That is just so nice. Dexter and Shush, tail between their legs. They are out of here. The orb shot hit by Dexter, but it makes no difference. It's a consolation kill.
So if you're going to be the entry fragger, having an extra thick skull, I think it's going to be a really nice little advantage, you know? Just enough to make it through and survive. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. It's 2 rounds where he survives with 4 health and makes the difference in getting the opening here. Round number 6 is on the board for ENCE, and Shush is out here trying to see if he can survive, but not going to happen. He had the knife out, but he get the rifle out. I don't know, maybe he's expecting a flashbang. Regardless, he's dead and gone. They save nothing on Heroic.
What a storyline that's developing here. What are we seeing? ENCE just make it look so easy. ENCE are playing like the favorites. The underdogs are just looking so good. And they're not really, I mean, even, you know, as we kind of pan over towards Glaive, they're not having to call a masterclass. They're just winning Angels, and on the other side, Heroic, they're just losing some really bad fights. The Kaspersky one there is another prime example. He's fading through a smoke. All the advantages are on the CT side in those sort of engagements, but somehow they're just not seeming to go in their favor. Smoke down. Try and give Shush a bit of coverage here, but a flying Mac 10. Oh, Glaive, just relentless. Calling the pace, the tempo, everything is going right. That's the sight. And once again, they might just call the round here.
Yeah, I mean, probably set up with Tessus and Dexter to hang out and kind of see if you can do something. But the rest of them are gonna keep their distance. There's no point in risking even the MP9 at this stage. So yeah, the pistols, if you can. Oh, Kicksandy's gonna go for it anyway. They are getting slaughtered. All right, it's the M4 staying far away on Nuts. I can respect it, but I'm really shocked.
Might be more as well, Dexter. Solo. Those Mac 10s. They're hungry for the frags, but it will not be the case. One will stick around. Doesn't really matter if they lose a Mac 10. ends 7-0. I'm not even really too sure what's going on here. This is just a baffling display from Heroic. They are being completely outplayed. I think Saw might be tempted to go in for a second tack pause very soon. This is not what we're expecting out of the side who came in towards this entire tournament. Never mind, there's best of 5. The tournament is the favorites.
Yeah,
There's
well,
some fall-on faces there.
Based off what was happening in Rio, right? Like, you think, okay, this should be very doable.
Pause.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like that, it is a good call. It does make a lot of sense to get the troops under control because something is clearly wrong.
Yeah. And Maui touching on the desk as well. Back now in CS2, these tack pauses are so important. And if you utilize right, it can completely change the game, and that is what Saw is hoping. Try and see if he can get Heroic just anywhere online, but it's just not happening. Relentless aggression that we're seeing for, I mean, obviously, Kaspersky's done great, 3-0 in opening duels so far, and 10-4 in terms of the KD, so he's having a whale of a time. And I mean, even Glaive in that one, flying around the corner with that Mach 10, just gives him the sight. One engagement basically sees the round off.
Round number 8. Got the AWP back on Dexter. We've got some rifles out on Heroic. They need to come alive right here. Even if they win the last 5 rounds and make it a 7-5, it's still a pretty dreadful first half in many ways here. So, yeah, it's a long road back once again. Heroic, they made the comeback happen on the opening map of Ancient, but how much can you cruise on that? Like, at some point, you need to stop making comebacks and start just winning some of these maps. Nice boost up and a great headshot. Natu's taking down Shush and he keeps pushing. He knows the advantage is there.
Oh.
It's absolutely godlike. That is, once again, that killer instinct.
Yeah, fantastic from the man from France. It's just so crisp, isn't it?
Like, knowing, okay, the first one, that's a bit of a coin toss, but once you get that kill, you know the timing for the mid player, and you get to that corner right before you can do it. That is so sick. Dexter here flexing the AWP a bit, but obviously the round is lost here. They're not going to try and read them way across the map, so going to be 8 here for ENCE.
Easy for ENCE indeed. My God. Nertz even called it in the opening interview. I don't think he expected it to come true.
I mean, yesterday, thought he was calling out and saying he wanted to fight Heroic in the grand final. Everyone was saying, oh, you got to be careful what you wish for, you know. That's asking a lot, you know. That could come back to haunt you. Right now, they are looking better than I could have ever dreamed of. And again, it does go to tie in that overarching storyline that we were discussing about Glaive, about his legacy with the game.
Yes.
This is obviously sort of the first time that we're seeing him do anything like this, but is kind of incredible.
Yeah, what a show we're getting. A 10-2 that we had in towards Nuke. That feels like a bit of a luxury for Heroic at the moment. Even getting towards that is feeling quite unlikely. Oh, Shush. From bad to worse. Nertz will trade, but he does take damage before he finds that kill on towards Natu. Doesn't get a double opener again, but even just a single one isn't too bad.
Yeah, absolutely. 1-for-1 trades, as we all know, going to be favoring the T side. Good flashbang to set up for that one.
Yeah.
Shush making the drop down. I kind of like it from Heroic because they are trying to do something different, right? That this is an attempt for Heroic to play a different pace, be a little bit more aggressive out here, instead of allowing ENCE to take this position, which they have in the previous 8 rounds. So it is an attempt to try and change the strategy, and they must. So yeah, we've got to give them some room to show what they can do with this. Tess is at 1 kill. Shush is on 2 and dead in this round.
Yeah, it's not good, is it? They're 2 of the players who have really stepped up in big ways.
Yeah.
Tess, I mean, we've kind of sung his praises time and time again. The same for Shush in terms of their recent form, in particular. Especially come off the back of Rio.
Yeah, but the Danes are letting down Heroic a little bit here. Painful. Glaive on the other side. Not going to be able to jiggle out that one. Dexter seems to be hitting some good shots with the AWP. He just can't be everywhere at once, but this is looking like one of the more winnable rounds. Nice little lurk from behind the sandbags, the kick sand and through the smoke. All right, Kaspersky had the right idea, but this is going to be the round for Heroic. Finally, they pick up 1, and they had better pick up the rest. 8-4 is still a long road home, but it can be done.
Yeah. Well, I think in particular, Dexter does really well in that one. Nice couple of shots from him. He's been highlighted a lot on the desk, you know, Thor in particular, big fan of his, and too right. I mean, this is a guy who, regardless of the situation they're in, a star. And he's the only one pretty consistently stepping up. Nerd's maybe having a bit of his moment, but Dexter always deserves his flowers. And he just needs some support. It's as simple as that. He's 10-5. Nerd is 8-5, and then it really peters out quite quickly. Still, Tessers and Shush struggle. We get a first, so maybe the start of something. I mean, in the crazy world that happened, if they were to recover to 4 rounds, that is workable.
Yeah, you can come back and do something with it. I don't think it's going to be easy, but it is doable. And it's so risky. Kicksand, you can't just be making the cross like that. You need somebody there to peek you or flash you into it. Nice grenade flying through and connecting with Cody on the other.
Oh no! Gooper stomped him. He couldn't throw his util.
That is so funny. But
they've got a little weird run boost there by accident.
That's great. I don't think it's going to impact the round, fortunately.
If it does, that'd be funny.
They don't have a lot of nades left on the T side, and a nice boost to really shut them down. Body out of the round. 4 versus 5 now, 50 seconds. There's a forward position on B. Nerds knows they're not coming B right now, so they can stick this defense for as long as they want. Tess is getting a chance. That's his 2nd kill of the map. And Dexter getting 1 more. Glaive has picked up the AWP. That's not going to be working out. And Tess is, it's a bit of revenge for him. That's going to feel amazing.
In a way, as much as it's really a kind of a small thing to pick on, just that miss bit of util does actually have an effect in the sense that you touched on it. They didn't really have a lot left in the pockets.
And for all we know, that could have been their sort of go sign where they like flash and go.
Yeah.
And then instead it's like, oh, now we're slowed down. And then the boost happened on the other side, right?
Molotov, I think that was, right?
It was a Molotov, right.
Yeah, so he was actually trying to molly for that CT wrap, which actually forces Dexter into a new angle. Granted, he did reposition anyway, but...
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, who knows the ramifications of what could have happened if they had got that Molotov down effectively.
Yeah, you never know.
It's a small thing to pick up on, but Heroic will take any mistakes in their favor at the moment.
Oh, did he hear? It looks like he knows. Nade to probably favored a little bit in that fight, but nice reaction from Shush. Who, by the way, you can't tell right now, but Shush is one of the most insane B anchors, I think, in all of the game, really. Like, the amount of times I've seen Shush single-handedly lock down that B-bomb side on Vertigo is crazy. So the fact that he's got 3 kills actually that's probably a talking point that's worth bringing up all on its own. It's just that says something about ENCE and what they've accomplished here. I can't think of a lot of other players that are as strong as Shush is at his side.
Yeah. Another thing to mention, you know, when we've seen Heroic do well in these couple of rounds that they've got on the board, it has actually come from Shush facilitating the opening fight and Nurch just locking down the position, just staying there. And then they know that one's towards B stairs. We've got that forward position, as you called it.
It's another failed Molotov. I mean, this one through the smoke, but it was meant to bounce back and push back any CTs there. And now that Kicksand can move up, so Kicksand's going to check the ramp over on A. And if he doesn't see or feel anyone, they're going to know what's coming. Look, he's getting so much. This is really smart from Kicksand. It's risky, but he's got a very, very good sense now. And calling into his teammates, that's why they're Molotoving outside of B right now. They know what's coming thanks to Kicksand. They still have to get the kills, and Shush gets blown up instead. It's 3 versus 3 now. Nerds trying to get there in time, but they almost beat him to it. 19 seconds left here. Through the smokes, the bullet go flying, and it's going to be 15 now on the clock. Another grenade rings out, and they walk right into it here. 10 seconds left, but they are trying for the bomb. Headshots coming through. Poddy burns alive, but he did get the bomb planted, and it leaves Dexter with everything left to do. They've just got out of the smoke here. You know, he's got the idea, but he can't spend all day here either. Glaive is the one with the health. Hunting for it. There's the headshot to start with. Now he has to find Glaive. And he can play ring around the rosy. Oh, he's going to swing for it. He takes it. He might be a veteran player here, but not afraid of Dexter in this one.
Love it. Dexter continues to have his impact, but that time he just couldn't pull it off. Needed something quite special. Not to be. What a half a Counter-Strike we're getting. If it is back-to-back 10-2s, it's not often you see that. And hence, you've got a really good chance of it. You will have that all coming through. And ENCE going to call for their first tactical timeout as well. Chance to get NKJ in towards the narrative, but chance for us to take a bit of a breather. We've got to look at what that buy is going to look like too. Spursky in towards a Mach 10 is a little awkward, so they might actually try and go for a bit of a quicker play here.
Yeah, I noticed that too. And they do have helmets on the other side, so I mean, they don't have he didn't have the money on the T side, right? So it's not like they could have made many different choices. I'm not sure if someone could have dropped them like Galil maybe, but
I think you're right.
But regardless, it's not like he could have had an AK and he opted for the Mac 10.
And they've prioritized utility. You can see there, 4 smokes, 3 mollies, a lot of flashes, few HEs.
Yeah.
That's the game plan. That's what's going to give you the advantages. And that's what ENCE have been doing so well. Relentless early pressure on towards both ramp and stairs simultaneously, and then going off the reaction there. They get a fight that doesn't go in their favor towards stairs. They've been taking mid control as well.
Honestly, it's kind of a good look for ENCE as well that... Because before the grand final, so much of this was about, you know, Pody just showing up and wrecking people. And
yeah,
that core team can't be built around him just having superstar performances, you know, every map. They're still playing really well, even though he's not the main contributor in some of these maps here. That, probably for the longevity of it, is pretty nice. Early kill as Natu goes down. Dexter finally missing a shot. They're going to get a chance to run a bit closer. They're actually hunting him. I can't believe he's still alive. Dexter, how does he get away with it? 3 versus 4 now. The grenade will finally blow him up, but he lived so long. Kaspersky had the right idea. Like the Mac 10, that's exactly what it's sort of meant to do. Hunt down that sniper.
Shot. Big shot. Oh, it's a big misplay as well. I don't think we need to make that move, Nuts. We've got 55 seconds to work with as well as Pody starting to make a move and starting to deliver. Shush. Down he goes. 1 versus 2. Kicksan gonna lead by example. The IGL needs a big clutch here. It will only be for a third for Heroic.
It's because Glave's got the bomb in the middle, so they're not just jumping on that B bomb side. Like, it doesn't make sense for Pody to go run onto B without the bomb being there. Like, they can't really take that fight, so they have to slow it down, wait for Glaive to get there. And it has the added bonus of making Kicksan very uncomfortable. You can kind of tell he's like, are they not going B? For all he knows, they're walking down below back to the A bomb side even as we speak. But you know what? He's trusting in his instincts, and for the minute, he's not wrong about that either.
Got a nade.
Oh my God. First indication of where this is going. Some dualies set up. So curious to see if they're going to be able to find some kind of platform for that. Looks like it's going to be at least to begin with the A ramp. You don't have to commit the whole way, but you know, take a look, force Poddy back a little bit if you can. He's got the pistol here ready to go, see if you can find a headshot. No, it's going to go the other way, so doesn't actually keep going. They do have a Molotov, so this could be an instant death for him if they actually use it the same way that ENCE themselves did to clear out that corner. They might expect that he's not here once he's been gushed, though. So actually could be a little bit of a sick play. All right, they're not using it. He peeks for it. Insane play coming out here from Poddy. They were not expecting it. He's going to get kicks and can't get more, but it's still very well played.
He spotted two as well. He's an idea, nerds lurking, waiting for a move. That bomb will go down as well. At least they got that going for them. Maybe not. Oh, maybe not. Glaive. What a fight. Good instinctual as well to spam. It's messy as well from Nuke. It's all falling apart. And ENCE deliver. What a pistol. What a map from them on Vertigo so far. 51 floors up, and it seems like Heroic are scared of heights because they can't find a way in towards this game. And it might already be over before it even really begins.
Yeah, it's possible that I'm overcooking the analysis a little bit here, but I actually think the fact that he got gushed is why he went back to the sandbags.
Yeah.
Because it's sort of like, it's such an unlikely position to be in when, you know, they know that you're low already. But yeah, that could be a fun question for Poddy later on if they win this one. That's quite the maneuver. And again, sick if you could get a multi-kill, but just that one, it slows them down. Like, it's suddenly they're worried about him instead of executing onto the bomb site.
Exactly.
It makes a huge difference.
Oh my. Well, we'll see that buyout for Heroic. It's normally what you get with the bomb plant, but Mac 10s across the board, bar Dexter. Just a Tech 9 for him. Persky, go forward. He's pretty util as well over towards B, and they too, he knows. He starts to put a bit of pressure on as well. The first good for Glaive once again, just Mr. Reliable, but Nature gets caught. Glaive might be called upon again. The spam is close. He does damage and he gets another kill through said smoke. He's still alive as Kaspersky falls. 3 versus 3.
There's a flank
as well. Yeah, you mentioned it. Kicksands low. Flank on the cards. Testes, 1 bullet headshot potential to the M4 this round. Absolutely looking favorable, but then Testes finds a gap.
Oh, that's really sickening. Oh, and they're going to get it as well. Nerds, I can't believe it. This actually works out for them. Heroic. They get away with one here. I really thought that flank was going to be working out because for a long time they weren't looking. But as soon as they get the kill in the middle, that frees up a little bit of space sort of mentally on their side. And like, oh, wait a minute, what about the flank? And that's really well played. That's an unbelievably hard round to win for the T side there. They were not favored in that battle.
Especially after losing the first kill as well.
Yeah.
Right? They lose that first engagement. Because Glaive delivers one through the smoke. Gets the second following it too. So you're thinking, surely this is already done. The trades have gone in favor of the CT side, but from a numbers advantage, they make it work. Testes in particular, great work. 3 kills to his name in that round. Being it with the Mac 10 too. A lot of money in the back pocket for this Heroic side to work with. Of course, the standard thing, and still get a choice here. They have to force buy. In double eco if they don't. It's not going to have an investment next round regardless. You may as well buy here.
Yeah, you're not going to be having a lot of weapons anytime soon, so give it a crack.
Little newer, you're only on 1.4k. Which won't give you enough money to get towards rifles, barely even SMGs. So you may as well just get as much as you can here. Hope that you can throw it sort of back in their face.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something? Out of all the ways to sort of crush them on the map if you just win this one.
Now they clear sandbags. A little late though, fellas.
Yeah, you don't want to be experiencing that more than the once. C set 75 for Poddy, hiding inside of the smoke right now. It's unlikely he could do much with it, but it is exciting. They're trying to plant the bomb on the other side as well. He can't really see anything. Comes out. It's almost enough for that one. He could have found the headshot there against Testes. He might have, in fact, but not enough to get it. Oh, that would have been sick, wouldn't it? Kaspersky's the only one left here. I don't know. For a minute, for just a second.
Yeah.
I thought he could have found some more headshots. Well then.
Will he save? I'm going to assume he's just looking around here for exit, see if he can pick up a gun.
Yeah, maybe. Bomb radius is not huge on the map, so probably get a bit lucky.
No one's here, but he is going to go for this little bit of a move. At the end is one. No, it's not. Just a body shot. Nerds might die. I think he did die there as well. But it doesn't make a massive difference. It'll still be fine for Heroic. So a 4th put on the board. They can start adding just a few more in their tally.
Okay.
Cup stack again building up. We had a pretty good one yesterday, a very good one yesterday indeed.
Yeah, that one was animated and everything.
The dance, yeah.
Turned into a snake at some point. Wild. Okay, it's a step in the right direction, but just like last time around, before we pick up the conversation about potential comebacks and overtime and all the rest of it, you needed so many rounds here for Heroic.
They don't have your one thing, Anders. They don't have the flash. You love your one flash on these low buys.
I know.
But they haven't done it. It's just $200 for us.
I did see a comment in the break between the maps was saying, and is still talking about one flash. Yes. Yes. Still great.
It won't stop. I like that little triple boost though. You can't stay up there, but it actually gives you the information of is anybody holding. And they saw no, so they can make a move.
Yeah, I mean, with you might as well have a little bit of fun, try and do something. Maybe you get really lucky, but more than likely, you get headshot instead. Shush. That was his 4th kill of the map here. Just as a metric for how awkward things have been. The rest of them are starting to wake up though. I mean, Tess's, he was doing pretty badly too. He's up to 10. Pixan and Nerds, 9 and 11. So just in general, there's a lot of improvement. Dexter was really the one.
Yeah.
Like without him, they already lost this map. So he's kind of allowed some space for them to maybe claw it back.
You do kind of feel bad as well for a player of sort of Dexter's caliber when you're doing so much. And, you know, if people were on the similar sort of level to him, this map is super close. But unfortunately, he's a one-man army.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Dexter's also got a bit of a deficit on his account from not making any of the events ever. So
yeah,
I guess
he's got to make up for it.
He's got something to prove here.
And he's doing it, right? I mean, he just continues to be so solid, but...
I think that was one of the saddest things. Like, some of the few events we did make it, you almost feel like...
It's the what-ifs, right?
Well, it doesn't feel like he wasn't playing very well. It's like, come on, you know? Like, we finally get him, and you can just tell it's uncomfortable, which even makes sense, just given the frustration and everything, but... Yeah, now he's really stepping it up. Like he's back, and that's nice to see. 11-5 for those of you who are listening and not watching. Some radio broadcasting. Keep you guys up to date.
Like old school style.
Yeah. I found this out over the years. Like a lot of people are just kind of listening casually as they're doing something else. So
I do that quite a lot, actually.
Exactly. So.
I normally like. You know, sometimes as well, I'll play like a video game and I've got my second monitor, that kind of thing. You're not fully locked in.
That's what I mean, you know. You've got that zoomer attention span.
Yeah, you know me.
You're browsing TikTok while you're listening, while you're playing.
3 screens at once.
Exactly.
Kaspersky, bit of a zoomer himself. How's the aim? Good. Very good. How's the second? Oh, not so much, but damage is not bad there. There's a chance as well. In this 4 versus 4, trades do generally benefit the T side. The damage dealt could be huge, but Glaive overextension, he'll get caught. He'll change things just a tad. Yes, damage dealt towards both Tess's and Kixan, but where are the setups and the CTs? Even all down to one man, back 90. Not an easy hold for Nate. He's been spotted. Molotov down as well. He's going to be in a lot of trouble here. Through the fire, through the flames. Can't get the kill. Down goes Nate, and that should be the round.
It should. Nice Molotov as well. Yeah, it's not worth it, yeah. Good grenade usage. The grenade is set up to kill on Nate, and the grenade is stop Body from having any, you know, sneaky headshots before they get onto the site. Okay, this is really good. It's kind of back to basics for Heroic. You know, like, they can't just rely on straight aim fighting ENCE, because I think ENCE are proving at this point in time they are absolutely capable of stepping up to these fights and winning a bunch of them.
Yeah.
You mentioned it already, but it is sort of a little bit ridiculous to see that Glaive is the one with 18 kills on that ENCE side. What a day it is.
It's still on like just shy of 96 ADR.
Yeah.
99 there, in fact. The damage dealt in this round. 96 coming in towards the round.
Wow.
Yeah. Kind of ridiculous, isn't it?
That is very nice for Tess hunting them down at the end. Because again...
It's good for the confidence, even as a small thing.
Good for the confidence, also good because we're talking about Heroic having to win a whole long string of rounds, and the more you can get rid of the rifles, the harder it's going to be on that CT side every round. So keep it up. Don't let them build anything in that sense.
That's very true.
Still going. They're still alive here, Heroic. 11-6.
4 rounds in a row now as well for Heroic. Something brewing. Still, like you said, for ENCE, already 2 more rounds either. They can sort of just fumble their way over. Not a bad trade, but the numbers still in favor them. 5-7. Always the easiest of fights, but he was being suffocated there. Pincered from both mid and B stairs. He had no chance in A2. That'll be an MP9 and probably an AK just saved. Maybe the MP9 can go looking over because they're going to have some sort of a buy, especially for Pody, but no, that's all clip SDY, so that'll change the narrative a bit.
Couldn't see that, but you got the sense that that was a very fast shot, so well done. Yeah, you're right. I think same with the MP9 is running a huge deal at the moment. See if we can stick around and upgrade it into something more. That would be nice. Checking every single nick and cranny. And we'll find the kill as well. I mean, this is interesting. You said...
Starting to believe?
Listen, I always believe. You were the one hating on both maps.
I was right, the first map.
Yeah, well.
We'll see what that plays out for the second, but I've got to say, so far, so good. Now the deficit down to only 4. You can see, well, they get their way back into it. Here's where SDY fell. Nice shot from Nerds. He's been looking good as well. You know, we were bigging up Dexter, but to 14 kills himself. 8 damage on towards Shush.
Such a good grenade.
Yeah, 49 points of damage. Flashes in as well. That's a mega flash. Because Tesses, he just has no clue. The wombo combo. Glaive and Poddy. Bit of a move coming forward as well. Shush got tagged over on the B side, now down to 4. Well, I guess 3.5 if you want to be pedantic. And here's where maybe ENCE can lock in that 12, the one that's been eluding them.
It's great, like a little mission to just clear out the top of ramp. And once they've got what they came for, they back up. They don't want to do anything else. So I really like it. Like, it's clearly a protocol of grenades that come out with the flashbangs and everything else to just get rid of it. Just a 1 kill there on Tess is absolutely huge. Worth it. See if ENCE, they've lost so many rounds in a row here, but maybe there is a chance to open it back up. But get up to 12, that's going to feel a lot more comfortable. At least you've got overtime, if nothing else. So I bet it's going to make a big difference to them. Shush trying to get a bit closer. Glaive for a minute there was inside of the smoke. We're down to 40 seconds, and they seem fairly committed to this. I don't think they're going back to the B-bomb side. They want to keep the pressure on and see if they can find a way to break through. Just running straight in there. Oh, with the bomb in his hands, like he's got one mission and one mission only, but he's gone down in the meantime. He never made it. Oh, man, that was maybe almost a little bit desperate. Dexter up on top, and actually, they might be only at 19 seconds. Do they even need the bomb blood? They don't. Oh, yeah, on his feet is Dexter. They were so low on health. I can't believe they win that round.
Oh, Dexter, he's just a superstar, isn't he? Time and time again, bailing them out.
I can't believe them.
How? 2 versus 4 with the bomb getting dropped.
Yeah, like, also, they had some time. I don't know why they're running in there with the bomb like it's Helm's Deep, just trying to blow off the wall. Like, just take a moment to, to clear out the site first. Yeah. You don't have to just run straight in there.
It's true. Dexter continues to deliver. 23-9, 11 to 8 in the fight. Once again, a little rough out for ENCE. The MP9s, 2 Deagles, even armor, a luxury that A2 can't afford. Feeling like it's a guaranteed 9th, if we're being completely honest, and ENCE are starting to fumble. They really are. This is now 6 rounds in a row, potentially the 7th here, unless things go completely wrong for Heroic, but I just can't see a world in which they do.
That is a lot of damage on the nuts, but can't catch him. He's already escaped. Kaspersky knows, and as we said already, he seems to have a bit of a killer instinct on him. Like, whenever he senses some kind of weakness, he's out for the hunt. See how far he can get before somebody catches him. I think he's actually still chasing them down. Like, presumably he's going to be climbing down the ladder at some point. Keep it going, why not? Glaive is on the other side, and he's realizing, yep, there we go.
There we are.
He's still hunting. I kind of
appreciate
appreciate it.
For a little bit. He actually might get in behind before they properly execute.
There's no way. It's an MP9. There's no way he can do this. Although he is getting closer and closer all the time. Oh. Nice shot onto Nerds. We'll upgrade that into an AK. He's a little bit aggressive perhaps, but he's got some backup with him as well. 27 seconds here for a 2-on-3, and I say that just as Poddy goes down. Unfortunately, Glaive back here. Saving the AK is objectively the better choice. Yeah. A 11-9 scoreline here, but that flank was very nearly it.
Yeah, it's just a smart man's Counter-Strike there. He just knows long-term that AK is worth more than giving this a go, and percentage-wise been really against him. Keep hold of the AK-47, if he can, that is. He's definitely going to be hunted in some regard. Just about where do they find him? Just having a look back over towards A. Got the right idea, though. In towards spawn. Will be Heroic making this a 2-round game, and now this is a very big change-up. A 10-2 half. Now find ourselves with ENCE being 2 rounds ahead still. 2 rounds away. The Heroic are breathing down their necks. The pressure's on. They're in arm's reach. I mean, this is a really, really uncomfortable game now for ENCE. If they were to lose a 10-2 half, that could absolutely shatter your mental.
Yeah, for the rest of the grand final too, you just never know how that's going to affect you, but...
Especially for the youngsters too. How do they deal with it? Can they deal with it?
Reality is certainly starting to set in a little bit right now. Look at the giant string of rounds that they managed to win here, Heroic. They brought it down to a 2-round gap. It's getting more and more worrisome all the time as ENCE just can't figure it out. They can't solve the last piece of the puzzle.
True. 7 rounds in a row from Heroic. What a game we're starting to really develop into. Still believing in ENCE. I'm going to stick with my guns and say that 10-2 will be enough, but I would be lying if I said I wasn't nervous about it. I'm sure ENCE are feeling a little bit nervous themselves. Backing towards the investment, body back on towards the AWP, but we haven't seen that superstar killer instinct from him just yet. Only 9 and 15. I see it here. Oh, no, but Yuta comes over and he completely dips away from it. He knows that wasn't worth it. If you got a smoke out and could play around it, it was uncontested. That's a worthwhile fight. Much better decision.
Body is someone that we kind of need right now. They just need 2 more rounds. Like, throughout the whole tournament, we know what this guy can do. So, step it up here. Home soil for him. It'll be quite the story if he's exactly what the last piece of the puzzle is. He's well aware they could be on the other side, but gotta be careful he doesn't show himself. They're getting very close right now. Oh, and they blow it up. Kickstand, that is one hell of a play. Body goes down. Glaive is next to follow, and just like that, it's a 5 versus 3 SDY. That's outrageous from Shush, who again had a dreadful start to this map. It was absolutely awful, but that one headshot to open it up with there is pretty good, and he's up to 7 in total. It's going to be a 10th round here for Heroic.
Potty, he's got tunnel vision. He needed his own smoke, and he just didn't even think of the possibility of, is there a bit of a move? Is somebody actually trying to push through this? Kickstand just completely walks by him. Breaking open that smoke actually cost him his life. Normally it works the other way. Nate2, he'll just save this M4, if he can, that is. It doesn't look like they're going to hunt in this direction. 1 round game. This is not good at all. Heroic. What a response from them, though. And this is the caliber they want to see out of a side like Heroic. Favorites in this matchup, favorites coming in towards this tournament on paper, right? And this is sort of performance they're doing. I think he got that kill there, Nate2. Pretty sure that was the M4. Spamming him, but they won't get him. The M4 stays alive at the very least.
I mean, you know, we've got a bit of a library situation as well, right? They've managed to quiet down the crowd a little bit here. Yeah. Heroic clawing their way back. We knew
not only ENCE that are muted, it's Espo a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean it makes sense, right?
Yeah, they've picked their favorite of the 2 Finns on the stage.
I'm sure. Like, I think the story of Body is just like it's a little bit too
good.
It's too good, isn't it? And with ENCE as well backing him. So let's see. 1 single round separating these 2 teams. ENCE, they can't hold on to the map right now. They've lost grip on what's going on.
I think as well, you know, we're touching on Poddy and him having a little bit of a slower performance. It's just because on the other side, Dex is just doing so much work. 23 and 10.
Yeah.
Bonafide superstar, right? And I think they just need somebody to contest with him and somebody to fight at range, but they're struggling, and no, it just goes from bad to worse for Poddy. Tessa's an easy one for him. Nate2 burning in towards back 90. Has to drop a smoke. Has to try and be bailed out by SDY, but he's only good for 1. Nate2 fell through said smoke. Spursky will answer back into the 2 versus 3, but probably needs a double here at the very least, the youngster.
Shush with 2 openings, which is his other specialty, apart from anchoring the bomb side on the CT side. He's so sick at entering on the T side as well. Kaspersky, he really wants it. He's dreaming of being the hero right now to maybe close out the map, but just can't get through the smoke. I think there's like 3 smokes on top of each other, so he could never find his way out. 2 of them left here. Heroic about to tie up the game. Do they have what it takes? They do have a smoke, but no kit. Maybe there's one on the ground, but if not, I think this is a bit of a dream right here. Still moving forward. Oh, and that scope up gives it away. They knew that was coming. Tessus, he's been a monstrous player in the last 5 or 6 rounds. I don't know what his entry kills are in the second half, but I feel like every single round it's Tessus to begin the round with a couple of kills. So he's doing great work at the moment. That's 11-11.
Yeah, it is. What is going on? ENCE are just falling apart, and this is, it's horrible to watch. You've got from NKJ in particular, right? But even kind of Glaive, there's just nothing that he's calling or trying that's working. They go quick, they get punished. They play passive, and they get overwhelmed. Everything's going up in the air.
Well, 4 people at the A ramp, so it's a very clear change in the defense, saying if they show up here a little bit early, we will trade favorably.
I'm actually surprised they even gave that slight retake a go as well, right? Just because that AWP and a rifle, it would have made this buy quite comfortable with the loss bonus, but now it's just a little bit awkward. It doesn't help as well, because first he's been caught through a smoke. Tessus, relentless on the entries, and good for 2. Glaive tries to trade, but it works against him as he falls 6 feet under. Same as the youngster.
Somebody draw me a graph of the hockey stick performance that Tessus has been doing here, because it was so muted at the beginning, but he's just completely crashed through the roof on this one. I can't believe it. They're going to have to stop the trading on Tessus soon. He's so outrageous. 5 versus 3. As Heroic look to get to map point from a ridiculous deficit. Kixan gets 1. Naytu's going to get shut down, and Poddy's on his own. 1 versus 5. Oh dear.
Indeed.
It's not over before it's over, is it?
No.
10-2. I tried to tell you, my young Padawan. I warned you. If you be older and wiser to see that.
They always say learn from your seniors. And I didn't. I didn't learn. ENCE, best they can do here in regulation.
Learn from the boomers. Should have bought property in 1975.
Yeah, exactly. And I was too busy.
You're just stupid, aren't you?
Too busy playing Roblox. What was I doing?
Yeah. Nicely done.
Good hunt. I think it's a good call to hunt. They've just got so much cash left in the reserves. I mean, even Dexter's nearly got 16k. So they just may as well go for it.
The real Counter-Strike formula here is that they win this round to get it into overtime. Like, that is a classic scenario where it's like, yeah, finally, we've done it.
And then Heroic in the first round of overtime. That's always the classic. When you desperately need to get this 13th round and you're on 12, but you can't, and then you get it in the first round of overtime. That's the one that is such a classic. I mean, just look at the vibe over there. It looks so awkward. Things have just not been going well. I mean, SDY in particular has also been really struggling, right? I think we've sort of maybe justly been talking about Poddy. Naytu's been quite quiet, but SDY so far, quite the muted performance from him. Attackful's called, of course, by ENCE as they try to survive here. But this is a catastrophic fall away from this ENCE side. 10-2 up, just to remind you all. Look where they are now. Got the crowd trying to rally them up, and my God, ENCE, they need your energy here in Espo, but
not many of us are going to know what this feels like, to be in a moment like this where you had the victory. Oh, it's a run boost over. He almost didn't make it. I think just his fingers really caught the railing there, or he was going to crash down to the pavement below. And what a way to get in overtime if that's how it went, but he just got there now. He didn't get the kill behind it, which is obviously the whole point of it, but still, that is probably quite interesting.
No joke, he made it by like a couple of pixels to ups. You normally land on the sandbag bit. He lands just on that edge. He's a lucky man.
Okay. Round number 24. Last of regulation here. It's overtime or bust for ENCE. Heartbreaking if they can't get this one done. They had 10 rounds in the first half. They've won 1 in the second. Kixan, that's a bit of an opening. Takes down Naytu. Was on a mission to try and look for an entry. 4 people left now for ENCE.
This is where maybe the slight lack of discipline of the youngsters, they start trying to be, I have to be the hero, I have to make the play, and Kixan.
Yeah. I mean, I can't even blame him for it, really.
Yeah.
Poddy's out in front. Now, what can he do? He needs double. He needs absolutely both of them here. SDY gets 1, and Poddy's almost ready, but it's Tessus to trade him out. 3 versus 2 now. Nurts drops low. Glaive steps it up, and Dexter, Does he have what it takes to close this map and break ENCE wide open? 30 seconds, they swing against him, and it's overtime in.
Map number 3. And even still, back-to-back 10-2 halves. No one expected that. No way. So hard to call because that one round, who knows, that might give the confidence back. The wind back in the sails, friends. You never know. Expectations are on for Heroic to just continue finding the form, but never quite confirm it. Molotov over to a sandbag. He might be in a bit of trouble here. Drops a smoke as well. Has support a Glaive, who comes and bails out his young Orpa.
That's
great play from the IGL, but Tessa's made a gap. He's got him behind it, and he should be able to get at least one. The second not quite there. Numbers still favouring ENCE because Persky steps up, and there it is. The momentum back and reinstalled in ENCE. And Heroic. Okay, now we've got a fight on our hands here.
Well, he has absolutely no business being alive, but you're right. Saved by Glaive, that's really important here. Dexter and Shush, still a winnable round, but maybe not so much now. Kaspersky finding his 20th kill. As Shush is alone, no bomb, no teammates left. And they are gonna, I think, smartly withdraw from the fight as much as they can here. SDY will take him down eventually. ENCE, first round of overtime, and it goes to them.
We're starting to hear a bit of noise in here. I suppose back alive as ENCE rekindled the flame. Heroic on the back foot, something that they haven't really felt in terms of the game. Obviously, in terms of the round differential, they have been, but in terms of the momentum, they've been snowballing for so long that they haven't felt at all on the back foot until now. If ENCE could go 2 for 1 in OT, it's already pretty good. That is a big call for Kaspersky, one which doesn't pay off, and Glaive also gets caught too. Nuts. Happy to take that fight every day of the week, SDY. And Cody gonna play together in through mid to try and reclaim that space. They two left alone anchoring B, but deleted Shush. What a shot for his second. And then a matter of mere moments down to 2. SDY needs 2 to make that 3. Oh, SDY, what are you doing? Surely not like this. Gets 4, looks for 5, and Nuke asking, where's my teammates? And down into the 1 versus 1. He's giving Heroic a chance as well. It all goes quiet. SDY plays around that smoke. Nuke thinking, where has he moved? Experience and tenure in the server. SDY goes for the swing, and he goes for the 5. SDY, all 5, lines them up, knocks them down, and Heroic left questioning, how have we let one man do that?
He did not even reload. He had 9 bullets. He didn't bother to reload his AK-47. He trusted himself. This is a level of focus you are not going to see very often. What an absolutely outrageous performance from SDY. Yes.
2 bullets left.
Yeah, I can't believe that. That is sickening. That is going to be shocking to Heroic. Let's see if they can recover themselves now. Maybe not. SDY will continue in this round and get another kill on the Dexter. As Kicksan is out of it as well. 4 versus 3 here. And ENCE, they're looking real good at the moment here. See how far they can go. 1st to 16. And ENCE already taking the first 2 rounds of overtime is shaping up very nice for them. If they get this last one on the ZT side, I mean, they're well on their way. That's good timing. Peek from the other side as Bodhi shows up just when they needed him. Again, he's had a bit of a hard time getting going on Vertigo. He's not terrible, but we know he's got more. He's going to help out. Get that kill on the Shush. Tessa's once again alone, but I'd say definitely don't fight him. Tessa's here in the last half has been absolutely lights out. Grenade on top, and Bodhi's lucky to be alive. Molotov doesn't quite burn him yet, but he is a bit nervous here. See what Tessa's could do. We've already had one sickening clutch from SDY. Is there anything that the Dane has got left in him? 40 seconds. His team absolutely needs him to win this one. It's important. Bodhi, the timing is good. He sees him. That's good enough. Confirmation that he's there. Will draw his teammate back in. Needs to
We've been picking up Dexter all the way throughout this game as the only real one stepping up for Heroic, but it's actually Tessa's now who has the most kills. 27 to his name.
And just to say, he's got the majority of those kills just in the second half.
Yes, exactly. That's just how good he is on this T side. But
wild.
ENCE, just one more round. Playing for the magic number of 16, and Heroic needs to go flawless. With a 10-2 half and responded with a 10-2 half. Something we never expected. ENCE have gone 3-0, and Heroic match it once again.
If they go back to B, I want to see Shush really wake up. Like, I really sold you guys on this idea that he's a strong B anchor, and it's not for nothing. Like, I've seen so many matches with him playing that position, but he didn't show it today. Still a chance he could redeem himself. A little bit forward, and Nature's right on the other side, and Shush, oh, they're almost able to hear each other. Gotta be careful here. Glaive trying to come in and help out, but Shush, he's got the right angle, bit of an off angle as well as they nearly line up. It's a good trade though. Glaive takes a bit of damage, but it does force Heroic to rotate a little bit. Drag one more player in from the middle. Kaspersky's gonna be taking down Nuts. It's a bit of a start here. Tess's still finding those kills.
All goes quiet. 50 seconds, 3 versus 3. Glaive tagged up, so definitely one to keep an eye out for. Where do ENCE want to finish? Bomb on the back of the young Finn. They haven't really committed to an idea here. They're just looking around for a bit of information, but it does feel like maybe a finish over towards B.
Yeah, I think that's what they're setting up for. And they do have a Molotov for that back pillar.
Dexter knows.
And even worse, there's no smoke on that player. So Tessus, if he gets burned out, oh my God, I don't want to see that again. That's really awkward. Let's see if Tessus could be the one-man army. They're coming in from every angle. Quick with the headshot to take down one, but the rest are still running at him. Tessus sprays down a second. Body's gone. 6 seconds left here. Where's the bomb plant coming from SDY? I think he just might have had enough time for it just in the last millisecond. And it's a 1 versus 1. He's already clutched it for them the one time, and the question is, can he do it again? This time it's Kixan up to try and take a swing against SDY hiding in the corner. This one would be for the map. This one would be to take the lead in the grand final. And he's played it perfectly. He's managed to sneak away. Now Kixan's trying to find him, trying to hunt him down out in the open. And he just barely finds the shot. It is close. He's down to 6 health. But he will keep the dream alive for Heroic.
Oh my God, down to the finest of moments, but it's not to be. SDY can't do it twice. And we keep going. This game feels far from over. That was a grave error from Dexter and nearly cost them. If Tessus doesn't get a double here, they don't have a chance. Yeah. SDY, he does give them a really good opportunity. It's just not to be. And of course, those who don't know, you get 3 overtimes in regulation. When you go to overtime, you get an extra 1 each. Another opportunity now for NKJ to come on the mic. First half overtime. Arena at point still for ENCE. If they take a lead in this series, could be huge.
Tess is finding 30 kills. I mean, again, the graph for him from the start to now is going to be absolutely wild to see. But here we go. Heroic need 2 more. They need to line up. It's an absolute disaster for them on the A ramp. Bit of a trade back from Dexter right at the end, but there was every chance they could have get completely blown up here. And Natu goes down, not ready for Nerds to have pushed in that far. And he can knock off that part of it with the smoke. They have to respect that. Are they actually going to go through? It looks like they will. Kaspersky, that is actually completely insane. Why would he do that? And why did it work? He lost his mind?
It's just such a nuts play to do dry. And it works out for them, but they don't commit. I love this. They just call for the pause. Glaive can call from the grave as well as he's thrust into a 2 versus 2. Shush. They have had a quiet game by his standards, absolute, but this could be a moment of mere magnitude for him to step up. Spots out the shadow, I think. Oh, yes, he spots out the bomb. There it is, now dropped in towards elevator. And the round found by Heroic. There might be more life left in this still. Heroic, they won't roll over and die just yet. They won't give up.
This is where you're going to be tested to the limit. You're playing overtime. It's only the third map. No matter what happens, there will be a fourth. And like this is where suddenly a game of Counter-Strike becomes about fatigue. It becomes about having to focus all the way to the end. And for some of these players, for a lot of them, that's not something they've tried before in this way. A brand new experience. They're going to be shaped and molded by this game here tonight. The Heroic need another round. They need the double overtime. The comeback for them was amazing. From 10-2 down, but Oddie, I don't know how he knew. I don't think he could have seen that. That must have been almost a radar shot to take down Kicksan.
Yeah, that's instinctual. Body, Glaive, try and go early here. He just slips past the Orper, and second time of asking, missed shot as well. Flash to try and give himself away back in. Test that's 1-for-1. Dexter dips off, dives, finds one, finds two. Surely not. Surely not another overtime. Ridiculous showing the nade. Let's do a little bit of damage. Bomb collected 2 and a flash over. 2 versus 3. This game's still on. As they two get in behind, the Frenchman finds one, but it's all down to SDY and another clutch, and surely he can't go again. He's so low.
He's got a lot of time to work with. That's maybe the only advantage right now. But you're right. Any extended battle here. Oh, he misses the chance. I think that was the only one that he's going to get. It's double overtime. You could see what it means to him. And I've got to say in this round, Dexter was an absolute menace. The jump up shot behind the flashbang that was set up for him to get the kill on the potty was wild. We're being treated to a game.
We are. Dexter getting loud as well, even though the crowd are sort of technically against Heroic in this sense.
Doesn't
so
matter.
Keeping his noise.
No, at this stage, you're hyping yourself up. Like
yes,
you're standing up for your own sake. You need to get fired up. There's so much that could be won or lost by winning this map here for both teams. If you're ENCE and you lose it, it's hard not to think about the 10-2 lead. If you're Heroic and you win it, you're going to be so fired up. It's a 10-2 comeback into double overtime now, and you win it. You know you're going to be set up nicely for the fourth map.
It's true.
So much at stake right here.
So far throughout this game as well, it's Glaive leading the server in terms of opening kills.
But look at this. You can't see them. They snuck right under. Oh, did he realize? Maybe he did. It doesn't seem like it. Tessus, he might be dead. They might both be dead here. Good trade. Could have been both for Glaive, but that is still a lot of pressure onto that A-bomb site.
He's heard them. Spersky knows. Dexter, he tunnel vision's in as well. May have to be a little bit worried about this. He's not quite checking. Oh, what a flip. How has he got away with that? That is ridiculous.
I don't think SDY realized he was there. I think he thought that the incendiary was thrown from another direction. He wasn't even checking it. You're right, that still is a crazy flick, but a little bit confusing in the moment. Actually does get the headshot onto Dexter. Oh, if Potty could come back, if he could start to wake up, that might just be what they need here.
It's true. A little muted from Potty in terms of his previous couple of days. That's a big round from him, a huge double. And to get the bomb part too.
Yeah, he's not been playing bad.
Yeah, it's just because we just know what he can do, right?
Yes. We are comparing him to his own previous performances here in the tournament.
Which is a good sign, all right? For a youngster to already be compared to previous performances, because we know what he can do on a LAN environment, on stage, with the pressure on. We just know what the skill ceiling is for this youngster.
Kaspersky still impressive. 24. He's almost caught up with Glaive. And remember, he's involved in most of the entries.
Yeah.
Hyper aggressive. But the first round of double overtime, and it goes to ENCE. First to 19 now. It's the new number that we are looking for.
He's just got the bomb. That might have even been spotted by the radar as well. Just get a little careful. They might have that information working for them. That might adjust the setup here for Heroic 2. They've been relentless in terms of this B stairs aggression themselves. Shush. With a flash a little bit. Spots a couple of toes. Spams them down. Going 1-for-1. Not terrible.
Yeah. Glaive out of the round for now. Could help out to call the rest of it. See if they could find another one. Dexter versus Body. And this time it goes the other way. He's so lightning fast. It's disgusting, isn't it? taking down Kaspersky.
He's up to 32 as well with SS.
And with SDY, well, low and now dead, it's very unlikely here. Tessa steps it up next. Between the two of them, you're absolutely right. They are racking up the kills. Fist bumps.
Yeah. It's one of those. It's this classic kind of little mini battle in between the team. If you get to, I'll do it as well. Both stepping up 34 and 32 kills respectively for Tessus and Dexter. That second shot is so quick. Reposition, flick and a find. And it's even small things, you know, like Thorin was talking about it on the desk. He's one of the few players who loves to kind of rely on that double scope. But it just showcases how good he actually is. A lot of people rely on the single scope because it gives you a little bit more of a bird's eye view, I guess you could say, of the things. But
here we go.
He tunnels in.
Flash from T-spawn. They set it up. They want to go really fast. And it backfires on them. I actually like the attempt from ENCE here. Double flash layered. You try and see if you can catch those CTs right at the corner. But it does backfire on them. Last round of the first half of overtime. Gets increasingly complicated the more overtime gets in there. You keep track of everything. But let's see. 3 versus 5.
This feels so difficult in this spot. You've got to get kills completely untraded, first of all, and then on top of that, probably not taking a lot of damage either. Kicksan, he plays it perfectly. He knows he just doesn't need to fight. All he needs to do is get a bit of information, fall away. I've got the util to work with here to buy some time. Oh, wow, Kicksan does get caught through the smoke. I think he wasn't exactly planning for.
Yeah, and speaking of smoke, that's making Dexter's life quite a bit more difficult at the moment. He doesn't have the HE to blow it open. So for the minute, his AWP maybe a little bit less effective than he would have wanted. 40 seconds. Yeah, they need to plant the bomb while the smoke is up. I think they might have missed a bit of an opportunity here. Doesn't look like there were any CTs immediately nearby, but it's pretty risky. Nicely done from Tessus. A kill on the glaive leaves Natu alone. There's no bomb plant yet. He's trying to get the spray. Oh my god! It's like 1 versus 4, and he almost has it. Shush to save the day, but the Frenchman nearly biting back and taking down the whole team.
Yeah, and it probably would have made up for it as well. He's had a bit of a quiet map in particular, lowest over towards ENCE. And that could have, in just one round, been the difference. But not to be. And a pretty big sigh of relief at the end there. What a bad effort though by ENCE. Considering they lost the opening couple, that is a sickening shot on towards Dexter. Yeah, just a little bit of a laugh. They know it's okay. You got the round, that's all that matters. Heroic finds 17.
Yeah, they need 2 more.
Yeah.
And they're going to be able to walk away with a victory here. Get us onto map number 4. Natu, nice jump down, even though he's flashed.
That's got run boost.
Yeah, you're right. Didn't fall off this time either. But did it get traded?
Yeah.
Kaspersky was there. Pretty important stuff here. 4 versus 3. ENCE themselves looking at 3 in a row. They can't really drop if they want to win here in double overtime. They can't drop a single one of these rounds. Glaive, still 29. He's still playing so well. Dexter on his heels, trying to hunt him down.
I don't like that call. Through the flames, you are always going to come off at a disadvantage there. But I guess maybe you were trying to say, what else can I do, really?
I think Dexter's thinking about the Glaive of not that long ago. That he probably could have won that fight against.
Yeah.
I feel like Glaive was becoming a bit of a liability in terms of individual performances at one point here. But definitely not in this game.
I think regardless as well of the result of this best of 5, we've all learned that ENCE are no joke. I think we came in towards the tournament, it was all the question marks of just what can they actually do? Can this side even make it to the stage? If they do make it to the stage, are they probably just going to be inexperienced and not able to rally up and find that form? But
yeah, I mean, even
this deep against Heroic, this is all the positive signs you want for a young team like this.
Even of the teams that weren't Heroic or Mongols, people said, well, maybe Bait is the dark horse because they've been playing a lot of games.
They were my dark horse all the way.
Exactly. It sort of made sense, right? But say really early on, the first time we saw ENCE actually play, a lot of minds were changed, and it's kind of been an exciting story from there on out. Now, we're not through yet. Got more Counter-Strike, not even anywhere near done here.
Yeah, and the big thing is, of course, magic number we're playing for now is 19. So one of these two sides, either got to go 2 for 2 in the next couple of rounds, or third overtime required.
Why not?
What a game. And at that point, each one all the Counter-Strike action.
First time I believe, Neo, you and I are doing an arena.
It is. So yeah, first time we've done an arena together.
Why not get the most of it, you know?
Why not? Make it a memorable one. That's all I asked for. And so far, that's the case. I expected maybe a 3-1. That's a big nade.
He ran into it.
He ran into it to make it even worse. But Nuke will still respond. So it's not panic stations just yet.
He couldn't have known,
No.
but if he'd stuck in the other side,
He'd be safe.
he would be all right for the minute.
And that's normally the not safe corner because they normally nade there and molly there as well. He thought he was making the right decision. It's all hindsight.
Sure, share in what sometimes referred to as the axile position, popularized and exploited beyond belief, but didn't find a shot. Like I said, I rate Shush as one of the most lethal players also entering onto the B-bomb site.
Yeah.
He has like a style about him. I don't know how much he's been doing it, but it just looks like it's absolutely, like he's in a flow state when he's running on there sometimes. Looks like they are backing away, so we're not going to get a chance to see that right now. Instead, grouping up in the middle with a lot of people. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I quite like this like slow sort of freeze call by Kixan. Position, group up as you put it, and when Angels, when you send Nerds in first, you guarantee the kill. It always seems to be the case, but Arthur's back are good. SDY and Nate 2, one apiece, and Nate 2 will double down. Can he make it 3? He can't, but a 1 versus 2 now required for Dexter and a 1 plant as well. Time ticking, he'll get the first step. With the C4 planted, numbers dialed in, a smoke towards his left, a fight towards his right, and what he loses. ENCE just 1 round away from seeing off Vertigo. A marathon of a map.
I mean, they had the lead all throughout. Just to recap, if you're joining us in the middle of this, it was a 10-2 first half in favor of ENCE. They looked like they were just crushing it, like there was no problem winning this one. But Heroic made an absolutely insane comeback. And now we're in double overtime where ENCE, they've got 1 crack at it here to try and see if they can actually finish what they started. Get through. Get that 2-1 map lead as well. That in itself would be such a shocking result. And the grand final obviously will continue afterwards. The best of 5 here. We're not going to be done anytime soon. We'll see what they have for us. They look refocused again. Clave has been leading from the front. He's a veteran. He's won everything there is to win, essentially.
Yeah.
But now he's trying to do it with a brand new team. You don't have the device. You don't have Sonic standing behind you any longer. You don't have that best team of all time. Can you do it with what's here? I mean, so far the answer seems to be yes.
1 more round is what they need. But Heroic, they've been so good at every time they're at a deficit, somehow match it.
Yeah.
You think about it as well. Ends 10-2 first half. Heroic match it. 3-0 in overtime. Heroic match it. Every single time ENCE take a lead or some sort of advantage, Heroic find a way back in towards the game. You could even just think that maybe expectations are they do it here.
Oh, they're going to collide on the ramp right away. Kickstand, good kill there. Missed shot from Potty. A little bit desperate, trying to pick up the M4 instead. He comes back swinging, but it's too much. Getting absolutely overrun. This feels like triple overtime, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be lightning fast as well. The entire battle.
Of Counter-Strike we are being treated to here in Espo. What a grand final. I think this is all now coming down to basically who's going to be the most fatigued. This is a battle of attrition here. Who can survive? Who can keep the energy up?
It's also, at one point, it becomes increasingly difficult to figure out, you know, like, what are all the things we've done that actually works? You know, like, is there something to talk about? Like you said, you're getting some more timeouts, but it's a growing list of things where, like, what are their tendencies? Is there anything we can exploit? We'll see if they figure something out here.
And I think this is a big thing talking about now as well. Just how deep does the strat book actually go for ENCE, for Glaive, with this new side? Right? He's probably running pretty thin at this point.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all, but I mean, if anyone has the history with the game in terms of tactics, he might just be someone like Glaive who could keep it going. Amazing grenades to burn out Kaspersky there. It is still a 4-on-3. Tess is very low on health, but they're trying to see if they could get the opening onto the B-bomb side. They got the bomb with them as well, following behind. SDY somehow has found himself with a secondary AWP, so this is kind of scary because if he dies, it could be all over. There's a flank coming in, as you could tell as well. We'll see if they're going to have the timing for it. Missed shot from SDY. Pody's now in the back, still getting pressured. Glaive has to go a little bit early to try and save the day, but yeah, they're hunting down the Finnish sniper, and they'll take down Glaive next. So the triple overtime, it begins with Heroic picking up a round.
That's the worst time as well to have that double orb. Numbers' advantage on basically what is a retake. Worst possible time, unfortunately. So for Heroic, who draw first blood in triple OT, did say, how does the stamina last for a side like ENCE? A lot of these youngsters as well, pretty inexperienced when it comes towards the stage, or even towards just tier 1 events in general. But Kaspersky, he played Pro League, filled in last minute when Rez got ill.
Oh, actually, they called that off, but they were going to try and flash their way in. That's completely gone awry for the minute. Tessus and Nuts assassinated on the map. 5 versus 3. Another good headshot. Glaive. I don't know how he's doing it. It's absolutely wild. 35 kills.
Yeah, this is prime Glaive right here. Rolling back the years, not only just calling, but the numbers he's put it up to. I mean, still top. Over towards the side, 35 and 27. He's very close to being top of the server.
At one point in Danish Counter-Strike, we had almost too many in-game leaders with MSL and Carrigan and Glaive, and it's going to keep the list going. Yeah, even earlier than that, someone like Fetish, which only the sources will remember, but we had a lot of them. And Glaive, one of the things that made him stand out in that really wide field was the fact that he was probably just a little bit better at fragging. Like, he was better at the kills.
Yeah.
Still, at this point in time, 2024, I'm expecting for the youngsters to kind of take over that role, but it's actually so cool to see how this is playing out. ENCE to win the round, tie up the game once again. He's so zoned in right now.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? 19 all. Final round of this first half in OT3. What a game of Counter-Strike we're getting. Heroic drew first blood, ENCE answered back. This time, a little bit more of a passive approach. That previous round was super quick from ENCE. They were taking fights really early, and the first 3 all went in their favor. They gave Heroic no chance in that round. It's interesting as well in that previous round where the whole game plan, or at least the call out of spawn, fell apart with Nertz dying early. And then you see Kicksummer setting up the util, he called that off. And then they all just fell apart. I think they got a little bit lost, right, in that mid-round.
I think that's actually, that's an important point to bring up, because they kind of kept going in spite of the fact that flashes weren't actually coming from T-spawn anymore, so that's a bit weird.
Yeah, he should have really tried to pull them back as quickly as possible, but I think they're already sort of too far committed. Just like Shush there, in all fairness. He gets clipped by Natu. Might stick around for a second. He's holding that mouse run under the pressure. Flashed, but bailed out by SDY. He's a known quantity, sure, but finally fall. SDY is still sticking around, and Glaive goes up on high. Kicksan caught. IGL versus IGL. Glaive takes it. Nertz left with it all to do. 1v4 needed. Not to be. ENCE take the advantage in towards the second half. Who knows? Who knows?
First now to 22. For those of you struggling with the math at home, but I've got to say, that was an absolutely insane timing for SDY to show up. Natu was going to die early. The fact that SDY was there, I mean, he lives like 3 or 4 seconds longer. They have to spend more resources, like it's a position you still haven't cleared. Sometimes staying alive for another couple of seconds can just be so frustrating there. SDY, we didn't get to see the kills from his point of view, but absolutely clutch to show up in that moment. Now, 20 to 19. ENCE need 2 more rounds. Heroic need 3. Well, we go to quad overtime. That's always an option.
True.
Why not?
Nothing.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah, exactly. May as well commit all the way. Kaspersky was looking pretty high there. I must say, just a little bit off Tita.
Yeah. He's been playing well, but you're right. Maybe here in some of the overtimes he's had a bit of a struggle. Still at 26. Still a lot, but I feel like most of those in regulation. Tessus, he wanted to fight. He wanted to see if he could beat the timing there, but SDY, he's done so much. He's up to 30. That was his 30th kill right there. And it puts us back into a 4 versus 4.
Exactly.
Jesus, they're all just standing still.
Surely at this point as well, we're past the point of pressure, past the point of nerves as well. It's all instinctual.
Get the shot, body. Everyone take a deep breath. Really want him to peek this one, see if he can. Oh, right. He should. Oh, he's still jumping. Why is he doing that? Kickstand. You must have seen it the first time. I feel like once you've
Seen one,
them, don't
all
keep
away.
doing it. But you know what? It's all good. 40 seconds left. And that's a lot of information. It instantly triggers the rotation. Everyone else gets over here. They don't have that much utility, but I do like that Molotov on Nerds. See if he can slow them down. 30 seconds. Relocating here is Dexter. A missed shot for once, but that forward Molotov is pushing them out onto the rims of the bomb site. They're having a real hard time getting through. 20 seconds now left. 3 people alive on the end side, but somehow they're getting the kill. Clay with a double! And it leaves Dexter alone. 14 seconds. Potty sends him flying over the edge. The young Finn and a shot to find him and maybe win the map for his team.
Ridiculous. ENCE keep finding a way. But they're no stranger to map points. A bit of a stranger to closing out Vertigo. They've had it before. They've been failing to do so. How? Through the smoke. Potty gets away with that, I have no idea. That, for me, feels like actually one of the more important kills in that round.
Oh, yeah.
And you can just see what it means to them as well.
And
Not only just ENCE, but the fans.
We said it from the start. We just need Potty for 1 or 2 rounds. He is easily the X factor right now. We know he could do way more, but right now, forget about that. Just find a couple of rounds where you're having a bit of an impact. And yeah, this was definitely one of them. Very well played.
One more round. That's all that ENCE need. 21-19. Or potentially, of course, there is always that quad OT on the line, but ENCE looking for 22. That's the number to see off this map and take a lead in the series. Something that I don't know if anyone expected. I think maybe Richard might have mentioned that he believed in ENCE. I'm not sure, but
He probably did, yeah.
I don't know if that was too much a consensus. I think most people agreed Heroic were the favorites worldwide. Nuts. Get one here. Have an oversight by Glaive. He's so focused in, but that's why. What a trade as well. Dexter. I don't know if you want to stick around here, mate. I know you're quick on the trigger, but let's just fall away.
I think SDY, I don't know if you heard the scope or not, but either way, it's a lot of discipline for SDY to not immediately continue. Probably did want that. 4 versus 4. Heroic need,
Stacking.
yeah, they need 2 in a row to get this into quad overtime.
This feels like them trying to potentially read something. Like when they take mid aggression, they try and finish towards B. Double stack early with a mid player, that's a lot of B presence off the back of nothing. That feels like they've called something here, kicks out, and might work against them because they're leaving this site basically completely understaffed. Let's see, first fight in the smoke test as Waits. He's trying to just buy a little bit of time for that rotation. Met with a smoke and a Molotov over towards CT. We're getting a plant out here, 4 versus 4 post plant. This isn't easy for the retake.
I think you're absolutely right. They were really gambling on that B-bomb side. And it might come back to haunt them here. This could be the entire map that just get washed away. And A2 with a bit of a pre-fire. Gotta be careful now. He's got the Skapersky on the other side, so don't have to fight this one on your own. They're trying to cross, but he's quick to get the headshot. Keeps it going. Another one as he wrecks Tess's leading just kicks out. Heroic starting on the T side and ENCE on that CT side. So the game is live and we're going to go right away. They actually are going to smoke up towards that mid position, but it looks like it's going to be more of a long setup.
Look at this. Spursky, Julie's making a flash over, but it doesn't really affect him, but he still doesn't hit the shots. Kicks on a Dexter for one apiece to start things off. That's how Heroic wanted it.
I actually think they straight anti-stratted them. That's really sick. That smoke that goes on top of the Xbox, obviously it normally suggests that you're creeping towards the catwalk, you're trying to get to that A-bomb site. So they wait and let the CTs occupy that position, and then they flash around the corner. Like, it actually looked like it was a straight counter-strat coming out from Heroic, and it's worked beyond belief, really. Glaive and Nate2 left. You try and get some kills here if you can, but I don't think you're winning this round. That is very cool. I'd love to see that round again from the start. That was such a setup.
Nate2 full blind. I don't think I spot him, though, so that position's still relatively strong. Not that it's going to make an absolute difference here. Heroic, a very simple pistol to start things off. The Des brought it up. This is arguably Heroic's best map. All expectations are for them to take this one. They have looked fantastic on it recently.
Right.
And in particular, one man I'm always going to highlight. It's easy to highlight him, but Dexter on this map, when he plays well, is just a joy to watch. Especially when he gets that AWP out. And T's had AWPing too, which sometimes is not the easiest thing.
I mean, he was playing squad-like on Vertigo. If we can get him back and just add a little bit more, Heroic, they're going to be a tough team to get rid of once again. But throughout this grand final, they haven't really looked themselves. It's not really been the full Heroic experience just yet.
It's true. Still look just not quite on their A game. Especially for a side who many people, even the desk, were kind of touching on. Maui brought it up. They were sort of expected to win this series 3-0. They were expected to win this tournament without breaking that much of a sweat. And we know that's absolutely not the case. This is a side.
Yeah.
Don't exactly look on their A game. Do have the R8 out once again. And they got a kill earlier on towards Ancient.
He did do that. Spursky's made a bit of a name for himself. SDY gone down. And A2 as well. So far, the R8 not able to do anything. But it's in the middle of the map, so we'll see if he's going to get a chance with it towards the end. I mean, this is a round where the rest of them also did invest into it, so it almost doesn't feel like it's necessarily, I was going to say it's like a bit of a meme purchase, but everyone else has also bought, right? So yeah. He's probably serious about it. Maybe he knows something that the rest of us don't.
I don't know. I've used that gun. I feel like I do know that it's just bad, but some people just find ways of... I mean, I even think the CZ's not great in comparison to, like...
5.7.
5.7 or the Tech 9, but some people make it look amazing. So maybe that's just sort of his little niche.
I mean, throughout Counter-Strike history, there have been moments where, a weapon actually has had a reason to exist that nobody just ever discovered. Like the Krieg was pretty good for a long time before people started picking it up.
Sure.
One day people were just like, wait a minute. First bullet accuracy on this gun is pretty sick. Let's go.
I always remember when I started playing Counter-Strike, I would kind of use the Krieg in the org, and they would say, like, noob, COD gun kind of thing.
Exactly.
And it was just good. I was just ahead of my time, I'd say. 5-7, speaking of, he will get the kill. Doesn't make a grand difference, but nice for the consolation kill, exactly. Drop a gun, force a small reinvestment for Dexter, but that's really about it. ENCE, first bite, unsuccessful. The only saves, of course, being the R8 and the 5.7, it won't really be something that's going to be too much of an issue for Heroic in towards this next round. So it should be a 3-0 start, ultimately, which is exactly what we want on Dust 2 and stay alive in this series.
Small and interesting detail, at the start of this last round, Heroic threw a Molotov to the middle to stop anyone from ENCE from rotating into lower dark. Something that's worth keeping an eye on is, it can be important to try and stop the CTs from getting in there too easily. Obviously, you can throw the smokes towards that double doors, but that doesn't really stop them at all. So we'll see how they do. This time, it will be the smoke, and as a result, they're going to be a little bit more aware that they need to take a look down there if anyone's showing up. Nice dink, and an even better follow-up shot. Glaive, top performer so far, and more of the same here. Even steals the Molotov. That's interesting.
And to mention, this is something that we've touched on previously when casting Heroic, is about that smoke they do, which is now becoming pretty common, but just that smoke that you can throw from spawn over on the corner of long, and it just nullifies that position. It means to fight, you have to fight through it with a nade or around it, and in that sense, obviously Shush tries to fight around it, and it works against them. It's a nice smoke that you can throw.
Molotov. Bit of a solo mission for Tessus here at the center of the map. No one has fought him yet, and the rest of them are a leisurely stroll towards the A-bomb site. There's absolutely no danger. Sun is shining. Everyone's just in a good mood right now.
Still waiting for the R8 to take a real fight here, just to see.
I don't think it's happening. I
See
mean,
what he's got.
at this point, he might as well. A man down, but with the bomb planted and the weaponry favoring the heroic side. Doubt they're going to be very nervous. Glaive is had long, so I guess they could try and do a 4-man retake, although that's being slowed down quite a bit. More Molotovs being thrown in. I think they wanted to create space for Glaive to swing out long, but that's not even going to happen here. They're just getting overwhelmed completely. Ultimately, though, Glaive can...
There we go. There we go. Oh, and I think as well, that might just send Kaspersky into the fight here. Keeping him close. He wants to try and get any more kills on the way out. Glaive, he might do exactly that. They're making this expensive. No matter which way you put it, Tessus will go down to the bomb, so only one surviving. Honestly, I take that as a bit of a small win, friends. Yes, Heroic get the round, but they've made that very expensive. That's going to be a big reinvestment coming forward for Heroic, and it just denies them for building up super strong long-term econ.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Bit of a win to take that many guns away. I was gonna say, it's not the end of the world as well if you do save the Galil on the CT side. Like, it's actually a pretty useful weapon. But they will have the full investment this time. He still has the upgrade. So, using it in this one, Poddy to take down Dexter. He was even boosted up for that exact fight. He is the man that we have been waiting for. I guarantee you the crowd has been waiting for him as well. We're here in the 4th map. Flash through. Oh, he turns around, but he was ready for it. Taking down Shush. That's a really nice shot. Nertz has picked up the opening duties on the other side. And maybe just the time to relax here for ENCE. You still got the man advantage, and there's plenty of time left.
And Nertz is someone that we do see use that orb rarely, but actually quite effectively.
Yeah, he can do it.
Keep an eye out for that. 1 minute 15.
Did them calling him in the crowd.
Yeah, they want to get Poddy fired up. So do we as well. Des mentioned it, but he has been a little bit missing. We've brought it up all the way throughout. Lowest rated player over towards ENCE so far. Coming in towards this map, he's just net even. 50 kills, 50 deaths. Double Molotov, dead man walking. You may as well just try and fight your way out. Maytu will eventually fall, but does relay over a bit of damage before he drops. Nertz holding as well. It's not an easy one as Poddy will get caught on the cross. Nertz is so quick.
That jump through the middle probably wasn't necessary. Glaive wasn't calling for help. He wasn't saying, oh, you know, they're definitely showing up. He was just, you know, chilling in the B-bomb site.
Yeah.
Now it's down to Kaspersky. See what he can do? He's got the AK in his hand. Oh, is he find a quick shot? It's not exactly quick, but he will get the kill. Oh, they line up! Nice headshot, and Tess is now alone. Backup is coming as well. Just stay alive, Kaspersky, for the minute. It's not that far away. Glaive is right there behind him as well, and Tess is trying to make his escape, but he's going to be hunted down. Kaspersky saving the day for ENCE and getting the first round on the board for them.
Yeah, he does so well. Does so well in that spot. Backside, very commonly Molotov grenade, but they didn't have that util to use on towards it. They had to take raw Angels. Doesn't work. Kaspersky showcasing what he's got in the locker. Big round to bite back with. First true buy coming forward. My God, do they make it stick. He gets fired up too. KJ loving it. So is the crowd. Heroic will call for their first attack pause. Nice and early. Something that Heroic do a lot. Saw likes to get vocal after the first gun round and say, this is their defaults, this is what they do. I'm liking the small adjustments. The small things like Poddy expecting that boost coming through for Dexter, deleting him early in the round. That's what we want to see. We're first on the board as well. I'm interested as well to see sort of what we get. There's going to be, I'm going to say some sort of a middling buy coming through just because their money was so fluctuated.
Sure.
It's some on like 4.8k and then others on like 700.
Well, that's because of that other round that you highlighted where, they might have lost the round, but they did so much damage. So Heroic already in a bit of a weird position here. Nert's going to go down early and a nice follow-up spray. They're just all across this upper down position. 3 people essentially crunching that one. Again, it goes back to why throwing the smoke from T-spawn or throwing the Molotov is such a huge difference. You don't throw the Molotov, you risk them taking that position a little bit more efficiently. And there we go. Quick round. And the buy up there for the T side, not exactly working out in their favor.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Again, this is a talking point we highlighted, but across the first 3 maps, it's been Heroic attempting comebacks to win the match. Yeah. They haven't really had a map yet where they've been in a strong lead and can just kind of enjoy that. It really has been ENCE starting off very well in these games. So we'll see if it's going to be more of the same here. It could be because we're still early on. They're looking to tie up the game. They almost certainly will here at 3-3. But then when Heroic buy again, that's where the big question is. Can they continue and actually have a bit of a better start?
Yeah, that's the big one, isn't it? ENCE are given the luxury, as they have been in basically every single map so far, this early control for Heroic, especially in the situation they're in. ENCE, one more map is all they need. That pressure could start to accumulate on the shoulders. That's where we start to get just a little bit worried. Pistols here. There's a bit of Utah bought into it for Heroic. They're looking for a bomb plant. Flash over.
Another test for Kaspersky. I like it. He's going back. Okay, I was going to say, this is one of those moments where I want to see mentally for him. Is he going to stick around and fight to try and get all the kills? He doesn't. That's a big thumbs up for me. He still goes down, but I don't care about that. I didn't want to see him stick on that corner and fight to the death because that would have been a bad move. Nicely done.
I like it. I feel like throughout this series, he's been learning as well from himself. That's what you want to see. He's had a decent couple of moments. I mean, so far in the server, while rating-wise, Glaive, Rich touched on it, is the highest rated player. Kaspersky's got the most kills of anybody in the server. 67 across the series at the moment. So he's living up to it.
I mean, for me, I was a bit worried just on the eye test alone at the beginning. I was a little bit skeptical. I felt like he was taking too many fights. I've warmed up to him quite a bit. I feel like I'm seeing more and more things that I really enjoy. So, good stuff. Keep it going. Oh, he had the opportunity. He definitely see just the top of the helmet there. Body just want to go away, and instead he goes down. Stuck around in the middle. Overextending and overstaying his welcome just a little bit. Plenty enough for Dexter to pick up that one. 3-3 is the scoreline here, but losing that AWP early on, and again, probably not necessary.
It's true. Not the round's over. An information play for Glaive. Seeing very well up close. Sometimes a lot of teams try and opt, after they got the opening kill as well, to play for a contact play out via long. Sneak up all the way towards CT corner wall and then try and fight. Another instance there where Kaspersky could have stuck around, but he dips away. And also now the fact that Dexter's also fallen back into the 4 versus 4. A chance, a swing, not a find though. Tesses, good for him, but one for FDY. Looks for a second, and he'll get it as well. The third might be on the cards as well. He's hungry. Smoke will nullify him for a moment, but the numbers in favor of ENCE. It's a good chance for them to get a 4th round, but now that Kixan gets caught, surely this round all up in the air. Nerds needs something absolutely heroic. No pun intended. The first is good. He just does not clear that close corner. Brilliant work once again. ENCE take back a lead.
That was SDY. He got the first kill in the middle as well. I'm not even sure how he was able to find that. And then he turned around into the B-bomb side to get 2 more. I'd love to see a replay of the first kill that he got. Yeah, look at this. It can't have been much showing. Yeah, that's good work. But obviously, this is what really saves the round. Because otherwise, a really good call for Heroic. They had the right idea. Just couldn't quite put it together at the end of it. So, 4-3. And that was the big test for Heroic, right? That was it. This could easily be the difference between, a decent start and a really good start. And now we're sort of back to decent again. A grenade.
Big nade.
Yeah, softens them up a little bit. Body wants to stick around. He wants to help his teammate in pit, but Kaspersky's actually kind of left him alone. They're running out of bullets. Oh, this is very ugly. I don't like anything about this. I'm sure they don't either. They want it all back here. Glaive channeling whatever he can into this round. Already getting a kill for the smoke, but luckily he's already escaped, though he was going to get shot in the back. And honestly, they have to be so careful about this. It's not like they have a lot of money either on that.
Sure.
On that side, I guess SDY actually does have a bit of a bank of 9,000, but they got to be careful.
This round's won a lot on Natu. He's the one with the Utah here. Banked round. He's also got a Molotov as well, so he can clear Tesses here. Well, he's forced him into an engagement. And Glaive, he gets 2. This round's on. Oh, Natu! That's such a good spray down. What a retake from ENCE. So well played. I thought that round was lost. I thought they were going to call for the save the second the bomb goes down. But Glaive and Natu combined so well. So damn well. And Heroic left reeling.
I'm impressed. How is he doing this? Honestly, this is This is sort of midlife crisis post-divorce Glaive, but he's absolutely amazing. Like, he's been to the gym, he's got the leather jacket and everything. He's
fresh haircut,
yeah,
clean shaven,
exactly.
ready to hit the town.
Unbelievable work.
Doesn't help either, I'm sure, for Heroic, knowing the crowd rooting against you. You're getting fired up for every ENCE moment. But honestly, it's just vintage Glaive again. 11-2 out the gates. What did he eat for breakfast this morning? It's an absolutely ridiculous showing from him.
I don't know.
And the devs were saying, I think they're absolutely spot on, it shouldn't be Glaive putting up these numbers. You know, we should be looking at the youngsters, but we're not going to say no if he wants to do it, you know what I mean? Especially if they continue to win.
The level of consistency. Like we said, the map pool will be the big challenge, yeah. I mean, you might as well go for it if you get this long spawn, but Odie able to hit the shot instead. I don't think any of them could actually see anything. Glaive, he's out here hunting. They don't know about it. Shush is considering this. He is thinking about it. But if Glaive keeps going, he should have the kill. I don't think Shush is going to be expecting to get shot from T-spawn instead. So yeah, a couple of more steps. Oh, the timing is against him. The bomb is right there in front. It's a bit of a gift, isn't it? And Disaster strikes on the Heroic side. How do they bring this one back? Are they crouching? It's not a bad shot against Pody by any means. They could still bring this one back, but it's very awkward.
It's a good hold, though. They can play off each other. And Glaive can continue to hit shots. What is going on? What is going on with Glaive? I'm so happy to see it. Maui brought it up on the desk. No side wanted to give him a shot. Nobody. Everyone thought he was done, washed, and what he's doing right now is absolutely monstrous.
The thing is, just from the, I mean, people weren't really wrong, right? When you saw Glaive sort of towards the end of it on Astralis, you really got that sort of sense at one point. You're like, oh, this does look like it's kind of over. Like, there's just no energy left in the room here. And finding a story where you can sort of say, well, this is the new me, and I'm doing these things. It's not easy, is it? But this
maybe
is
now in hindsight as well. That's testament to just what the vibes were like at the tail end of that Astralis team.
That's the thing that we just never know from the outside. Like, we can only really look at the game and see what we don't know what's happening inside. But yeah, like, something's going on, and it's quite enjoyable. What a journey as the war continues here. ENCE and Heroic. Round number 10. And again, it's ENCE, I say, leading, into a good start here. I won't say yet that Heroic have some sort of crazy comeback to make, but I mean, this is how it begins. Yeah.
I will say this is an interesting time to have a double AWP. However, if Nature's getting kills with the smoke, who cares?
You're right, though.
Just against the low buy, it can be a little bit risky. Get overwhelmed.
Yeah, because those Tech 9s, if they close the distance and you have to retake suddenly with 2 ults, like, it can be awkward. Good timing on the smoke, but they are just going to ignore it because, again, they have Tech 9, so probably just might as well keep on running. Good little walls set up with a couple of smokes there, trying to blow it open. Good counter flashes, and they're actually trying to get to the corner. Pody putting some distance between him and the incoming pistols. Who can blame him? Bomb getting planted. Almost Pody had that one, but the bomb is at least planted, so all on Shush here. They're everywhere. There's never going to be a world where he should make it out of this one. Getting a chance for a bit of a spray. He still has some health left. And Glaive is low, but this should still be about a 1 in a 10,000 shot in the back instead. Betrayed by that new box, as STY will find the kill.
There was a brief moment, just because it was double AWP on the retake, but just had to isolate fights, and he had no idea. They were swarming, suffocating him into such a small area on the site. There's no way he was going to make that work for him. Another decent round out of Glaive. He's good for like 2 kills a round at the moment. It's still so baffling, and it feels like, a bit of a broken record here, but it's just because of what's happening and also the ramifications of getting this level of a performance. What a match we're seeing here. And Heroic, when it matters most, as the favorites, looking like they're starting to peter out. Hence why Saw is calling for these pauses. Hence why he's getting so vocal this early. They cannot afford to have a non-competitive first half again.
No, I don't think so.
7-3.
You could even sell in the timeout there. The vibes, they do look atrocious, don't they, on that side? There's something about it that's a bit off here. 7-3 in favor of ENCE. Taking big steps towards winning the grand final. It's such an amazing story, isn't it? Trying to cross there. Dexter Going for the flick, and the Molotov is a bit late, so they're actually down here now. I wonder how much they've been spotted. You're gonna check. Setting up over there. Porty's gonna be taking down Kickstand at the very same time. That might distract him quite a bit. The second AWP is on SDY, and it's being bodyguarded with Glaive, so very forward, very aggressive position. Incendiary not quite gonna stop that little peek from coming through, which is interesting. And the flick not hitting either. 4 versus 4, but through the smoke they nearly go down. I think they're gonna escape the grenade, but that is so much damage from Natu being output. So yeah, sure, it's a 4-on-4, but some of them are almost dead.
They don't flash Shush in here. He could be dead on arrival. The shadow betrays him as he moves forward through that door. So much damage. Nerds and Tessus barely alive. 1 foot in the grave already, it feels. Play up together.
Look at this group in the middle for ENCE.
Where's SDY's gun? Why is he on a P250?
I don't know, I think he tried to swap it out and he just couldn't. Oh, it doesn't even matter. Who needs it? Gonna get the job done anyway. 2 versus 2 now, and shot in the back is Dexter with the bomb as well. 1 versus 2. It's Tessus. How could you do this?
Even with the health.
They kind of hear him as well. They know where he's coming from. Porty. He's able to do it. Sees the opportunity. Bit of a weird round, if I'm being perfectly honest.
After last game, where is SDY's gun? What are we doing, mate? It's a 4v4, and you got a P250. But
he dropped the AWP for the AK?
Yes.
I don't know where the AK went.
Wait, what happened to the AK? That's what I'm wondering.
Did he give it to somebody else? Maybe he did. Maybe he just threw it over to his teammate in the middle and said, you take this.
But then, where's their gun?
Well, I think didn't they have one in the middle? I might be used.
Who knows? I'm baffled. I completely lost track of it.
Need to investigate, yeah.
Yeah. I have to look back and see where he lost that gun. But either way, 8-3 in the smoke. I like that, but it unfortunately doesn't really make a difference. It does leave maybe a little bit of a gap to work over the top of the door.
Don't peek it.
Running towards short as well. And the need to come down. It's going to leave them a little bit of isolated tag.
Wow.
Tessus drop. The second shot as well. Kickstand finds himself low. Already not doing too bad. They're going to try and send Shush through here. That'll be risky. He's just going to go through it. What are we doing here, Shush? This is panic stations. Alarms blaring over towards Heroic. And we're left baffled, questioning what the thought process is. They are dwindling. Cody delivering as Natu looks to add to the tally. Couple of missed shots, not up for the 5-7. But it doesn't matter. SDY is dead.
Oh, here we
They
go.
are so close. They get a pistol here, and this might be done.
Look at it, it's not going to be slow either. Heroic, they're actually pushing the middle. This is such a risky strat here. Oh, it's the same thing. It's an exact mirror of the first round pistol. Doesn't go quite as well for the T side, but see if they can improve that. Natu with a nice shot to take down Shush, and that might just pave the way. But actually, wait a minute, hold the phone. Out in the middle, they're taking the bomb out long. Nertz is going to find a free kill on Kaspersky, but the question is, can this mission outlong? They've got the smoke for the cross. They should be able to get the bomb planted here, I think. But the question is, how does Natu find a way to be relevant in this round? Him and Tessus are almost colliding in the middle, but not quite. They could dodge each other, and they haven't thrown any crossing smokes yet. It's so risky, but it doesn't matter. I don't know what Glaive is doing, but he's just winning every single fight.
17-3. What is happening? Tessus kicks on. And he's something special. No kit to work with either. Main Master's worst kicks and doesn't even have armor. Glaive could be adding more skulls to the tally, but Tessus will answer back. It's a chance here. And for Natu as well, he's trying to find out where this last guy is. They know Tessus out towards long. They're looking for kicks and they spot him. They drop him. The second not quite there. 1 versus 1, but time ticking. Like we mentioned, no kit. Tessus got it all to do. Dancing around the sight, and he'll get it.
Oh, wow. That
Not
is
enough time.
That is so hard for him to find. He was running out of bullets as well, I think. Oh, he just goes straight for it. What an absolutely sick shot from Tessus. They needed it so badly. For Heroic, this is a question of staying in the grand finals. This is the 4th map. If they lose this one, it's over, and it would be an absolute disaster for them. This, getting ENCE here, the Mongols already haven't been knocked out. For Heroic, they might have been sort of rubbing their hands a little bit, saying, oh, that's great.
Yeah,
they're not even there. Let's go.
Exactly. Not 2D. Not just yet, anyway. We're on the same side here, friends. Job not done. Of course, with a bomb plant, does mean a buy. Get the Mach 10s out. Tech 9 and a Deagle to support. Not exactly a buy that you can just whisk away. I'm going to try and go through this a little bit. They're going to go quick. Oh, and 1 for 1, but then Shush doubles down. And he'll jump in towards the fight for yet another.
That is actually a really good hold. For Heroic, that's hard to do. Like, I would have given this really good chances of working. They get the lurk smoke up, but somehow Heroic managed to fight in between their own smoke, and I think the smoke that ENCE managed to throw there, there was like a little pocket where it's just enough that they could see. So pretty well done, to be honest. Kixan a little bit unfortunate. Wanted to tap his way into the final kill there. Should be an easy shot, and it will be. So, not bad. Heroic, they take care of business. I think secretly that round probably was a bit more dangerous than it kind of ended up looking like. I mean, we've been talking up Heroic for a while throughout the entire tournament. Really, it's kind of where you want to show some of that quality.
It's true.
To like regain the focus, show that even if we're behind and we look a bit wounded, we're really always dangerous.
And we've learned our lesson. Don't count them out.
Yeah.
Every single map, there's been something. The second map, it might have been a little bit more cosmetic, but that last map, it wasn't. 10-2 down, and they still pushed it towards OT, and they kept pushing it all the way to a triple OT, that was. But Dexter will start well. Persky gets caught. Nerd getting for a push as well. This one's free. As Pody just didn't expect that level of aggression.
Yeah. And not necessarily a big deal here for ENCE if they lose this round. It's to be expected, right? I think a bomb plant or a couple of kills would have been a luxury. Probably not one that they're going to be afforded at the moment. Maybe they can hunt down Nerds, but with the reload coming in, probably going to cost them a little bit more, to be honest. So at the end of it, it will be a 9-6 scoreline, and with the AWP already up and running on Dexter, you highlighted him already, and the desk obviously talked about him. So far, he's got 8 kills, but on that CT side, it's a bit different. That's where he could probably really start to have an impact. We've already seen on Vertigo what he could do is truly demonic what he was putting out in terms of the shots there, so I won't count him or Heroic out yet. Taking a bit of time to close out the round. It's the YNA2 just... All right, there we go, Tessus. That's how it's done. Stop with the foolishness.
No casualties as well. That's all we're looking at. Nice and simple. Go again. Of course, that was a low buy. Not expecting a lot. Now we get the investments back out. AKs to work with at least on one. I'm just wondering what SDY is going to pick into Galil. So, a workable buy here, basically. Question is now, though, how do Heroic fare? You know, it's all well and good winning a pistol, winning a nothing to low buy there, but how do you fare when the guns come back into play? Story, SDY. Let's get active here as well. Let's get a lot of space to work with. Molotov bank over, so he might just want to respect that and fall away, which he will. I respect this. Tesses, he can reclaim the space, but he doesn't really have full information of what's going on.
Okay, that's aggressive. Kaspersky just jumps straight down and get an incendiary grenade for his troubles. Dexter through the smoke, or at least through the fading smoke there, taking down Potty. 4 versus 5. Oh, and nobody's checking this. They don't even think about it. Nerds capitalizes. That should be the round easily in their favor here. SDY's position's been uncovered and he's caught with a Molotov in hand. It's all out panic. Yeah, he is eventually going to get hunted down here. Great work from Nerds. And, you know, maybe a little bit of an overlook there for ENCE not checking it. They were so focused on what was happening on the short position. They knew that, you know, there were people throwing grenades at them from up there, so they kind of forgot to check that corner. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Straight bullet.
It's on. It's absolutely on.
Yeah, 9-7. This game's still got life left in it. Do not count out Heroic. We've all here in Espo learned our lesson. It's to decide. Once they start snowballing, it's so difficult to stop, but that man there continues to perform. 18 kills for Glaive, 113 ADR. Ridiculous stats from the IGL. The definition of leading by example. But now we're not really looking at the numbers, we're looking at the calls. He's got to find a way to call ENCE into a good round, and unfortunately, it feels like this won't be the round. You say that though, the opening kill does come through, and Kaspersky.
That's a scout.
Yeah, headshot scout, not bad.
Oh, SDY, he could have been dead already. Dexter definitely saw that, but yeah, he's going to try and model. He's already escaped, but you never know. Sometimes all it takes is a funky scout kill in the middle, and something could go really wrong. SDY not going to get anything there, and it will be Natu to drop next. As Dexter's having a bit of a field day in the middle, trying to see if he can find a couple of more targets. 2 rounds between these 2 teams. And looks like some pressure is being applied to this catwalk position. See if they could do anything to get in there. You typically need the catwalk, even if you were going to go for the B-split. And with only 1 smoke, I wonder if they do actually want to do that still, even though they're all here. We'll see how this one plays out, but they could smoke CT spawn and go back to be like all of them out mid if they really wanted to, so 50 seconds. I feel like might be a better choice than trying to go A with 1 smoke. That sounds like a rough deal, but you can tell they're uncomfortable. They don't know if someone's pushing long or lower dark, so they have so little map control. There we go.
That's cool. The Prophet. The kicks on a player in front of it.
Now, they're not going to use it for a B-split. They're just pretending. Instead, going A is at least forced 1 player into the middle, so it's kind of successful even just on that on its own. Dexter is here, and actually there is a flank coming out along. It might not make a difference because they're actually getting every single shot here. Good work. Glaive gets the 1, but unfortunately he's alone. His teammates on the short position have already died, and there's no time. 15 seconds here, and with the health that's left, is not winnable.
Just make sure you die.
Yeah, exactly. That's actually a good point. Yeah. He got a couple of kills. Again, they had very little to work with, so I appreciate the idea, but they needed 1 more kill on the catwalk, and it would have been fine.
That's it. Back into the investment. They 1 round the game. Still something here. Glaive still looking great, of course. Attack ball is going to be called. Once again, a moment of respite and a bit of a breather to be had. Especially over towards ENCE. Don't want to choke out another lead. Not at this caliber. And they nearly even lost that previous map in regulation. They had to get up towards that 12th in the final round of regulation. And they did, thankfully. Let's see. They go back into the fight. 4 part for Pody. AK's along the board and more or less full belt of util. Let this one slip though, and it won't only be losing you the lead, it will probably be gifting it over towards Heroic, because then your buy once again is going to be a little shaky in the next round. It's this rinse and repeat cycle. Full buy-in, no success, no bomb plant, no money. That's what's costing them, and that's how quickly in CS2 these leads can just fumble in a matter of mere moments.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Those are a pretty healthy amount of money right now in the Heroic team. So ENCE will have to struggle for at least a couple of rounds here before things get any easier. A lot of grenades down. Body just kind of thinking about it, but not really getting anything yet. See if they blow it open, they will, but not deep enough to clear the entire smoke. All right. I mean, I don't mind it. The rest of it, more of a default kind of spread. I would say it's very suspicious that the bomb is on that side of the map, so We'll see if that's going to be a bit of a foreshadowing for what is yet to come. Normally, you sort of drop it in T-spawn, basically, when you do these defaults, or outside of A, but maybe they have an end game here.
Next up, flash off the angle. Unknown quantity, of course. Time, not of the essence just yet, but starting to tick as we creep inside of the minute mark. A2 the only one who's really taken any serious damage. No real read here yet of what ENCE are trying to do, where they're trying to finish. They're holding for a push, nothing on offer. One will be moved up in towards that short position. They've just got to push Dex off this angle.
They can't know it, but this truly would be a beautiful round for a B split. The kind of round you're dreaming of when you're doing it, because 2 people inside of the B bomb site, and there's nobody in CT spawn yet, so go for it. There is a chance. Kaspersky's going to make a drop down and checks. Oh, this is absolutely sick. So it's not the normal variant of the B split, but it's going to work nonetheless. Nets goes down, and alone inside is Shush. It's all on him right now. If he could stay alive, it might work, but he needs at least 2 kills to even get close to winning this round. And time is a little bit low, but they should be able to pick up the bomb here. Nice shot, and it's Pody through the middle. The bomb being planted out there, and the Finn will get the shot to take the last one through. That is absolutely sick. Now,
Hey,
the first time I saw people really try to do this in higher level Counter-Strike, it's actually when Yanko was coaching MIBR. He tried to make them do this thing where they would drop down, and you know, from catwalk into CT spawn to make it work. I think it's a really innovative way of doing it, right? Because if somebody is holding it, they're going to be holding towards middle and not towards that side. So shout out to Yanko one time.
Shout out to Yanko one time. Persky, like this, does eat a grenade, but no way we get away with both. How in God's name has he got the second, never even mind the first? That is ridiculous, especially after chunking a grenade. 41. What a player. What a move. That alone could net them this round.
Well, that's unexpected. That was definitely not part of the script, was it? Look at them. Just you can see from where they're dead on long how awkward that is. Even if you're showing up later and you're doing the crime scene investigation, you're gonna know something really weird happened here. How are they both just out in the open, caught with their pants down? Nerds, he's gonna see the smoke. Is that enough? Or they try to make the dive down, but he can't quite find that one. And now he's actually in a bit of trouble here. He does not have a smoke to save himself. So if they Molotov it, all right, he's going to try and make an escape, but doesn't actually do it for that much. Grenade down. There's nobody on B. Nade 2. He might have cracked the code. He's going to find it here. An empty bomb site. Will they go for it? They could run back, but it's a massive risk. Okay. If they run back and get caught, that can ruin the round, but it doesn't look like they will get caught at all. So yeah, they're going to take the risk. The thing is, from our point of view, it's so easy to see that they can get there, but from their point of view, it's a big calculation about how much of the map are we controlling. Could there be somebody waiting for us? They don't know that, right? If there's someone here and spraying down 2 or 3 people, the round is over. They're going to be fine.
Yeah, the good thing is they basically guaranteed the plant here, which is the main thing.
They're not even going to go for the retake here.
No way. Not on the B side. The B side of Dust 2, statistically the hardest site to retake on.
Does he see the shadow there? Uh-oh.
Can hunt. We like a hunt as well from Nade 2.
Yeah.
Only limited to 1, but arguably that in itself. Bad. Oh, shot from Nerds.
There's an incredibly bizarre round, I've got to say.
Yeah. Weirdly slow all the way, but all ENCE care about is they've won it.
Absolutely. Up to 11. They need 2 more for the grand final of a tournament that I don't know how high the expectations really were. I'm sure for ENCE, being on home ground and everything else, they probably had high expectations. But the rest of the world, probably not so much. All right, he's drawn out a whole comic with the Grim Reaper and everything.
Yeah, I love it. He's not far from being right as well. 2 more rounds. They're so close to end success. This young core as well. You spoke about the expectations. Kaspersky, speaking of the youngsters, had no right to get away with 1, never mind 2 there.
Yeah, he's been kind of a revelation. Young Polish player. Most of us never really familiar with him. Certainly a name that will be ringing out. Pody, unable to get the timing, but it's always worth it when you get those long spawns to give it a shot. Yeah. Wow, Heroic, look at the bank here, Neo. I mean, this is what it comes down to. If they lose this round, it could be all over. That could be the grand final just slipping straight out of their hands in a devastating fashion.
This is make or break. This is all chips to the middle of the felt. We lose this, we have no money in towards the next. How's your nerve with this all-in call? MP9 for Shush. Double AWP out as well for Nerds and Dexter. They've got to make them sing. ENCE are putting the real pressure on now, especially when it goes quiet like this. You can just see Heroic get a little bit nervy.
See what Dexter's reaction is going to be. He's going to get smoked off here, missing a couple of shots, but does he want to stick around to help Tessus? It's not going to make any difference if he does. Oh, he's in so much trouble. Stuck around too long. It's another double opening for the Danish captain here. Glaive on 22 kills and knocking at the door of the A-bombs like Kicksan finds himself alone, although it's absolutely amazing work from him as well. 2 spray downs, but might not be enough. Bomb is going to get planted here, and Kaspersky's run amok. Find another kill, taking down Shush, and Nerds is just thinking, how do I get out with this AWP? We don't have anything for the next round. We're out of money. This rifle has to make it. He can't think about winning the round anymore. Yeah, just try and escape the best you can. Oh, and the drop down there. He will survive the first engagement.
There's just no point sticking around for any more fights if he can.
Absolutely.
He's going back over towards the site just in case he was tempted by giving this a go, but we know that's not going to be the case. ENCE, just one more round. And he'll get one more kill as well as Pody gets caught.
They don't care.
It's not going to make a difference to the mood in the ENCE camp. They hit 12 map series grand final point here in Espoo. The Elisa Masters trophy on the line. They are so close. They've got 4 opportunities in regulation to close it.
How is he doing this? It's supposed to be the sort of longer you play Counter-Strike, you know, the more it becomes tricky to keep up with the younger players. You know, typically they're a little bit sharper, they're a little bit faster. They just also, frankly, have a lot more time to spend, you know, playing the game and everything else, right? Glaive's that kid in the meantime, like there's a lot going on.
Exactly.
And he shows up like this.
22-9.
Might be just the thing that he needed, like a little bit of, you know, out of his comfort zone.
Yeah.
New team, obviously a lot of stress, but he seems to have rediscovered himself a little bit here. And then he's brought a Mac 10. They only have 1 helmet. I mean, this could be absolutely sick. It's an A2 to begin with. They're rushing the B-bomb side. It could finish in a classic here. Shush goes for the shot, but he can't make it. He's dead. Dexter running up point blank, using the AWP as a shotgun, and he will take down Pody at the very least. 3 versus 3, but the bomb is already planted. This is so quick. It's so fast here. And they might just be able to close this one out. Notoriously, that B-bomb site, so hard to retake. Dexter trying, but he can't find anything through. This might be the final setup to see if they can get back into the site. They've got a couple of flashbangs, and they are going to go for it here. 1, 2, popping through the window. We go with Glaive on the one side, getting the kill, and now Tessus alone, trying to fight his way